Good evening, everybody. Welcome to America's Third Party. I am David Sponheim. Welcome. Yes, we are just getting started. We've been talking about a few things tonight in our show. We are in the midst of Conspiracy Monday, but now we're dealing with the outcome of a huge trade war starting with China. Donald Trump created. The Dow Jones has gone into very negative territory. It has dropped a huge amount. 600 and some odd, let's take a look here, 617 points in a reaction to Donald Trump's trade war, which triggered a huge amount of backlash among people around the country. All right, I am in the broadcast over at Periscope, in case you're wondering. I did have a delay on that show, but I'm up and running. Welcome, everybody. Sorry I was late. I see you jumped right out on board, and we're up and running. I am concerned here that, you believe the trade war is to dodge the fact Boeing stock is worthless, and they must recall it all the 737s? I don't know. I mean, Boeing has been buoyant, even though they've had problems with the 737s, and they never admitted any culpability, so they're holding their line over there. I've got a plan to ban plastic bags here, plastic packaging that the Democrats don't have. Another reason why you might want to consider us. We're not going to do it right away. It's just a way of fixing the problems of massive pollution arriving on our shores and amassing in all different directions. Pollution is not good. So banning on plastic packaging is something we support. I also support a 24/7 cancer cure center to solve the problems that are plaguing people. But more importantly, getting people solutions to life-threatening illnesses is part of that goal. So that's something the Democrats don't offer as well. Let's go to our main scene over here and talk about what has happened. Doris Day has passed away at the age of 97 years old. Yes, she has passed away. It's a very sad day for many people who knew Doris Day. Her life was thematic. She was a true enduring soul, and she had a tremendous relationship with Rock Hudson. In fact, the origin of the story of AIDS really can point to Doris Day. She didn't know that Rock had AIDS. She didn't even know he was gay. And her story was very much the beginning. Most influential joint appearance came decades later in 1985, in which it was discussed that he had AIDS. And it kind of changed the dimension of Americans' view of this terrible illness. Yeah. But more importantly, her life was just an amazing history of great comedy that these two made. They had a great relationship on film. She was an incredible singer, most famous for her song Que Sera, Sera, but her voice was golden. She really had a tremendous voice that many people still to this day admire. She was known for staying youthful looking in her old age by smearing Vaseline on her face and her body when she went to bed. Isn't that interesting? She had a very youthful appearance. I haven't seen her last photos. She was very reclusive, living in Carmel. Very reclusive. I haven't seen pictures of her last days. I don't know if we'll ever get one, but it might pop up. But yeah, tragic loss of a wonderful actress, singer, incredible person. I wish her family the best in dealing with it. She did lose her son to cancer. Her son was Terry Melcher, who died November 19th, 2004. So that was many years ago, 15 years ago, she lost her son. And that was very difficult. Now, she did an album with her son after he died. She took music from his work that he had done with her and then forged an album. I have yet to hear that album, but I'm going to try to look it up tonight. But her son was infamous. Terry Melcher was very infamous in the Charles Manson case, because Terry Melcher was the person Manson wanted to wanted to find when he sent the girls to that Sharon Tate's location, which happened to be Terry Melcher's apartment prior, or house prior. And Manson thought that the girls would go there, and along with Tex Watson, and get him in the music industry and pressure the guy, when in fact they knifed Sharon Tate, pregnant woman, and then went on down the street and did the La Biancas. I mean, side note that Terry Melcher wasn't there. That was a good thing, but that he was involved inextricably in the Manson case. All right. Yeah. Ironically, that was Rock Hudson, and that was not my dad was as good looking as Rock Hudson. I will admit that my father was a very good looking man, and he was he's definitely a looker. But the reality is, Rock Hudson was hiding his homosexuality for years, and even from his friend Doris Day. And I had the opportunity of actually seeing Rock Hudson right before he died, 6 weeks before he died. He walked right past me, and I literally was like a couple feet from the guy. And I was just outside a place where I was working in Santa Monica, and he was, I guess, going to a restaurant, Spago's West over there. And he walked right by me, and he looked right at me and gave me that like gay look that gay men do, It's like, that kind of thing. And it was kind of shocking because he was so sickly looking, and to be hit on, and I'm not gay, as you know, but to be hit on by a guy that sick made me really kind of sick myself thinking about it. It's like, what's wrong with people that, they've got AIDS and they still want to, flirt with people? I mean, there's something mentally disturbed about the world we live in, that people would want to do that. But whatever. Okay. Whew. Weird. It's just weird. It's creepy. It's like, I had to do a double take. I didn't even know who it was. It's like, is that Rock Hudson? And his face was completely, gaunt and falling apart, and he died 6 weeks later. I get people. I try not to listen to the homosexual approach to everyone who's not homosexual, because when I think about it, it's sexual harassment, and that's probably why I'm not a supporter of LGBTQ, because I consider the idea of endorsing this behavior, very much condoning it. I just don't believe that we should just encourage it. So I don't support LGBTQ, in case you didn't know. But I do want you to know I don't want to discriminate against gays and in the government jobs that they're applying for, because if they do receive discrimination looking for a government job, that's a problem. But mom and pop stores that want to discriminate against who they're hiring, I don't care. And I don't think this country should care either. I think it would be an unnecessary burden on business itself if we forced people to hire a quota of transgenders and homosexuals. Raquel Welch is still alive, yeah. I've never had that happen to me, no. David, was Joan Rivers as hot as they say? Joan Collins? Oh, I thought you meant Joan Rivers. Yeah, Joan Rivers was hot. I never really found Joan Collins that hot. Yeah. I was smitten by a woman who I had a chance to meet, not really meet, but look eye to eye with, at a bookstore in Westwood. And I'll never forget that moment when, this woman I was very attracted to from my childhood. I mean, she was the lead star in The Stepford Wives. And she was looking right at me like a woman looks at a man. The same, eyes I'm sure homosexuals look at each other with. I don't know, because I'm not gay. But that was Catherine Ross, and she was looking right at me. I don't have AIDS. No. What's wrong with you? Are you suffering from some illness? Anyway, she was looking right at me, and I froze. I was like, I don't know, but I totally, it was like that look that could freeze you in your tracks. I freaked out. I didn't know what to do. I was so overwhelmed by the whole incident that I walked out. Here I could have met Catherine Ross, but instead I met a very, very beautiful woman, Sarah, and she's a beautiful brunette, and I'm, obviously very happy. Anyway, moving on. Let's not forget that Sarah is much younger than Catherine Ross. Catherine Ross would be much older today, and it wouldn't have worked out very, very well for us. Here she is. There she is, Catherine Ross today. Yeah, she's doing pretty good. Yeah, there you go. Not bad for her age, yeah. Okay, moving on. We're going to talk about what's on your mind. Hopefully you didn't lose a lot of money in the stock market. I know, I'm a very lucky guy. I'm not concerned because I didn't lose anything. Obviously, I'm not playing with money in the stock market, but I'll have to catch up on people who are losing money in the stock market and see what they're saying. I think it'll rebound. I think a lot of these topsy-turvy moments with Donald Trump, we've had a few already, with the stock market drops a couple thousand points in a few days. We've already had a few of these. I don't buy anything. I don't invest. I'm telling you, I don't want to invest. I'm not sure what is going on with my mind as opposed to your mind, but I don't have a deep-seated need for money. I was telling you earlier in the show that somebody offered me $300 million to cease and desist this show because we are growing in worldwide attention every day all across the globe, and they want me to stop. And they offered me twice $300 million, and I've turned them down because I am not viable and I'm not affected by that concept of money. I've got some unusual quality that most people don't have. It's this non-materialistic gene. And most people are like enamored by money and constantly lured into, getting more and more any way they can, because it's hard to live life without money. But I've turned down $300 million twice to stop this. Yes. I will not be bought off. You're yelling my name on the bus going to downtown Seattle? Wow, thanks. A lot of homeless people are talking about me. The word on the street is getting out. People are talking about this third-party candidacy. But overall, Ali MacGraw, I was more attracted to Catherine Ross than Ali MacGraw. Ali MacGraw had got kind of a saltiness to her persona. And she was in that wonderful movie with... yeah, I think it was Ali MacGraw that was in that movie with... Right. Ryan O'Neal. Right, Ali MacGraw she was a beautiful brunette, yeah. I definitely found, her pretty, I mean, no question about it. I love the love story. It was a great movie. Ryan O'Neal's one of his best movies ever made. But, yeah, he's got that sultry look right there. She's a very beautiful woman. And to this day, there she is. Oh, she passed away, I believe. I believe Ali MacGraw has died. Yeah. I don't want money. My point is, I'm not even doing this for money because I live very comfortably on a small amount of money, and I don't understand why people have to want more and more like Donald Trump. I don't get that greed thing that people... And apparently a lot of people don't realize that Donald Trump is vulnerable and a national security risk because he's so greedy. I find that rather interesting that it just went right by most of the heads of the Republicans that this guy, Donald Trump, considers himself the king of debt. That's sad. I mean, that's pathetic to put debt as a high priority in your life. It's something you should be bragging about. That shows that he's never really been solvent. Donald hasn't. He's never had really that $3 billion he allegedly has. It's all tied up in houses and properties and whatnot. What a sad story that was, though, the love story. Also about cancer, Okay, the trial of Keith Raniere is going forward with the Nixivium trial. Cult leaders who force women to starve themselves to be wraith thin, witness said. Wow. A former senior member of the group testified that the leader, Keith Raniere, wanted to break female members like Allison Mack, the actress, known for her work in Smallville. In late 2015, Mark Vincent, senior member of the cult-like group Nixivium, became disturbed about the physical deterioration of some women, including Allison Mack. I began to see a lot of the women just become wraith thin, he said on Monday, while testifying in the racketeering and sex trafficking trial of Nixivium's leader, Keith Raniere. It began to look like their skin was translucent. Wow. Well, we're going to find out a lot more about this as the trial proceeds. The heir to the Seagram fortune had her trial last month, and she apparently fainted when asked about Avenatti. She fainted in federal court on March 27th. I didn't know that. And after a judge asked if she was being secretly represented by embattled celebrity lawyer Michael Avenatti in a case where she's charged with money laundering and identity theft. So this kind of passed by me in March, but here it is. Claire Bronfman, who received a couple of years in jail, not much at all, for dealing with child pornography and trafficking women. I mean, a lot of these cases have been kind of consolidated into something pretty lightweight sentence for her, but it's interesting to note that she did collapse in court when asked if her lawyer was Michael Avenatti. I mean, that's just amazing. But Claire Bronfman was involved in this cult. Yeah, apparently she was. She knew Avenatti. This is kind of a weird world. Now, Avenatti's facing 35 counts of, I believe, extortion and fraud regarding Nike. The Elisa Milano strike affected you? Not really, it has not, no. Oh, you got a BitPay point. Yeah, thanks. Thank you, Willie. Willie Pickles. 2 float planes collide in midair near Ketchikan, Alaska. 5 dead, 1 missing, 10 injuries. Yeah. Plane collision. In breaking news in Alaska, 5 dead, 1 missing, 10 injured. 2 float planes collide in midair. That's unusual. These guys who fly that territory really usually know what the hell they're doing. So we're going to have to say que sera on RIP to Doris Day. We'll get back to that later. Que sera, sera. Now, farmers are getting impatient with Donald Trump's trade war. This can't go on. Yeah. And when you affect farmers, you affect the bread and butter of Donald Trump's base. The people that voted for him, the ones that made the stupid move to elect him, are now pissed off. Yeah. That's right. You have a BitPay point over there. There's also a donate button at America's Third Party if you want to donate to the PayPal. That's one way to donate. But I never solicit donations because I'm not even into the concept of getting money for this effort. Bear in mind, this effort would have been much better if we had lots of money coming in, but 8 years ago, or 7 years ago when we moved over here, 6 years ago, 6 to 7 years ago, we moved over to Vaughn, our donations were going like this and then flatlined. And I found out that Mark has been censoring me and censoring 350 million VPNs that come in here. And the word on the street is that Mark has made millions of dollars and I've made not 1 penny. That's the word on the street. Whether it's true or not, I can't give you solid facts because I can't subpoena Mark for his records. It'd be just as bad to subpoena Donald Trump for his records because he won't show you anything either. Yeah, the jury awards a couple $2 billion in a Monsanto Roundup cancer lawsuit trial. Another amazing lawsuit against Monsanto. now owned by Bayer.
A jury ordered the maker of Roundup Monday to pay more than $2 billion to a couple who claim the popular weed killer caused their cancer. The couple developed non-Hodgkin's lymphoma after decades of using Roundup. The jury found Monsanto failed to warn of the herbicide's cancer risk and had acted negligently. It is the third such courtroom loss for the company in California since August. In a statement, Bayer said they are disappointed with the verdict and plan to file an appeal. More than 13,000 similar lawsuits have been filed against Monsanto nationwide.
They must be completely gone. Bayer acquired $54 billion in potential liability, they say. So there's $2 billion, ka-ching. Now a lot of that will be thrown out, just like that Roundup lawsuit in San Francisco that was originally $192 million settlement. The jury awarded $192 million. The judge got it down to $36 million. By the time it probably will be a couple $1 million. Yeah. The judge has got to be the most corrupt woman I've ever heard. She claimed that the prosecuting attorney made a false claim when he said in closing arguments that if you don't levy a big decision here, it won't send a strong message to Roundup makers, and they'll be popping champagne celebrating if you don't. The judge decided that alone was something that he shouldn't have said, because there's no way the prosecutor would have known that Roundup's or Monsanto would have champagne in their cupboards to pop open the corks. It was like an expression, pop the corks of champagne to celebrate. It was an expression, but she claimed that he didn't know whether they had champagne at Monsanto's headquarters. Therefore, the $192 million settlement had to be reduced to about $38 million. I mean, she used that as a legitimate reason. I think she should be disbarred. I think the judge should be removed from office immediately. There should be some sort of a federal oversight over these cases. There just isn't. And we have these really corrupt judges that'll do whatever big money tells them to do. And she must have gotten something, I'm sure. I mean, I'd like to see her books. She's on a power trip. She may be making money, because that man is dying. He was a janitor using Roundup all those years, and he's dying. And he was hoping to give his family a little legacy, to stand up for all the suffering he's endured from non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, which apparently has a connection to Roundup. And Roundup and the makers of Roundup don't want you to know that. Isn't that special? I, on a personal note, believe that my father's death was the result of Roundup. And he was one of the first users of this product. It turned out that his symptomology was immediate. Right after he had a Roundup use, he developed a huge headache for 4 or 5 days. It wouldn't go away from one use of Roundup. And I even asked him, why'd you buy that product? He's like, you weren't around, I got to get rid of the weeds, that kind of thing. I never would have allowed a pesticide or herbicide purchased under my watch, but he went ahead and did it, and his headache turned into a backache, which was related to an enlarged prostate, which went on to manifest in prostate cancer within a year. And then luckily he had prostate treatment, which was radiation, very painful at the time, and experimental. And my father was one of the first to use this particular type of radiation. And it's definitely killed the prostate cancer. But the prostate cancer had seeded in the blood all the way to the spine and had manifested to bone cancer. 12 years later, my father finally succumbed to cancer and died of prostate-related cancer and pneumonia. But 12 years, he was given 1 year to live, and he's managed to live 12 years. So I guess he couldn't complain when you think about it. But I really believe it was all pointed to that Roundup use that day. It really did. I can definitely see the connection. The fact is, all weed killers are all dangerous, and no one should ever use these products at all. The best way to get rid of weeds is to pull them up by the root. In fact, these Monsanto products don't even get rid of the root. And there's 9 different predatory weed groups that are completely immune to Roundup and can still affect farms that are completely Roundup ready. So the whole science of what weed killer is completely untested, and the dangers long term are beginning to look like a nightmare for humanity. I'll tell you something though, if you have a problem like a flea outbreak with your cat or dog, one use of one of these flea things on their neck, I've noticed has been very effective. But giving them flea baths, not going to recommend it. Drenching your dogs in shampoo with flea baths, I've seen dogs get liver cancer from that particular type of thing. Now, these are just my assessments. I'm not an expert, but I'm making, subjective judgments here. Again, I'd have to look at all the evidence to make a solid conclusion in this particular case, but I don't believe that you're going to benefit from actually having a use of pesticides in your life. You'll have a lot better use, unless, of course, you've got a hornet's nest. Selective use, they call it integrated pest management. If you got a hornet's nest, there's nothing better than a spray. So bear in mind, it's one of those things, because a hornet's nest is not something you want to get near. None of that dip stuff with any dog I own. Excellent. Heartbeat of America. Okay. Okay, Alyssa Milano, why is the time is now for a sex strike? Okay, let's take a look at this.
All right, what you think about this? Actress Alyssa Milano is calling for a sex strike just days after Georgia's governor signed a restrictive abortion law. She tweeted, quote, "Our reproductive rights are being erased until women have legal control over our own bodies. We just cannot risk pregnancy. Join me by not having sex until we get bodily autonomy back," unquote. Now, looking at it online, Melissa, not every activist likes the message. Good morning.
That is true. Good morning, Robin. It was definitely an attention-grabbing tweet, though, right? And so it got a lot of reaction from people. But critics say it was far from feminist. One person on Twitter said this: "Please stop feeding the narrative that women are providers and men are consumers of sex. Bribing men for equal rights with access to our bodies is not how feminism works." Another woman chimed in with this: "You want me to deny myself the one pleasure men offer because what, now?" Well, some are pointing out other reasons to support the sex strike, like this tweet. "I'm totally with you, but the issue isn't reproductive rights. The issue is reproductive responsibilities and fidelity. No one should have sex until they're ready to embrace lifelong commitment and raising a child." Now, at least 3 production companies say that they are going to be boycotting Georgia because of the so-called heartbeat law, which is set to take effect in January. Robin, definitely lots of reaction from this.
Okay, abortion's banned after the heartbeat law. Yeah, I wish we could focus on the Me Too generation instead of this reproductive right issue. I think there's more to be discussed about women being abused by producers like Harvey Weinstein, who's still in trial to verify whether he actually raped any of these women, 50 women that accused him of raping him. I'm sure, Willie, the fact is, women who want to have a sex strike, it's within their power to do that. I completely respect Alyssa Milano's right of free speech and her right to do that. Nor do I condemn her as not a feminist or a feminist. I really think that the fact that women are speaking out about their reproductive rights is important. I'm pro-choice. I believe that if we go back to the dark ages, that apparently Mike Pence wants us to go there, it's going to lead to a lot of back alley abortions and women dying from coat hanger abortions. That's bad. But I also believe that women should be informed of the real situation when they are pregnant. It's not just like a procedure. So I'm actually the original creator of the idea that we should offer ultrasounds at all Planned Parenthood abortion clinics as a requirement. And the government, if we're going to fund any Planned Parenthood, it would be just a chance to see an ultrasound of your baby before you kill it. And I'm the originator of that idea, and it was picked up in the media. I believe Liberty Radio had me on their show, and I was talking about that, and then all of a sudden the Republicans started talking about it, and the Christian right started talking about it. But the problem is ultrasound is so expensive at the hospital level. It could be so cheap if we just had low-cost ultrasound devices for the Planned Parenthood. It would be no cost hardly at all. But it would give a woman a chance to see the baby in her inside, to know that this child is alive. And in this way, I side with the pro-lifers on this. I just think it's a good measure to give women as much information as she can. And I've even suggested that we offer pro and con opportunities, volunteer positions completely, where a woman can consult with somebody for a half an hour about this pro-abortion or the pro-life group, either way. And if no one's sitting there at the desk as a donator of time, a volunteer, then the woman doesn't have to talk to anybody. They can just go right in and take the ultrasound and then decide. I think a lot of people, if they see the child inside of them with a beating heart, will immediately realize that it might be better to have this baby. But at the same time, I don't want a lot of unwanted children on this earth. And I must remind everybody that we have a lower crime rate because of the simple fact that many abortions have occurred. 65 million abortions have occurred since the Roe v. Wade was first passed into law. 65 million kids would be walking around, and ironically, many of them would be committing crimes. So they say 45% reductions in crime because of Roe v. Wade. That's something to think about. Of course, we want to see children, but do we want to see children brought up in an unwanted environment, in a environmentally unsafe situation? That's the real question. That's why pro-choice people gather to fight for the woman's right to make this decision. Yeah, and I believe the world is overpopulated based on the current distribution plan. I do. But I also believe that we could distribute things a lot better than what we've done already. Really. You're looking for... Right. Women can choose that, yeah. I believe Sammy Davis says one day AI will be able to intercede upon ovulation and be a precursor to birth control and abortion. The quantum computer will solve this problem in a short period of time. I don't want AI in my bed having relations with someone. I just don't think AI needs to be there. Hey, could you pass the the AI? Hello, I'm here to enhance your sexual pleasure. Can you imagine having an AI system in bed with you? It seems that your heart rate is not high enough to achieve maximum orgasm. It's like, I don't think AI has to pipe in on that. Yeah, that's right, man. Do you want KY or AI? That's your question. Okay, we've got Duterte, a photograph that came in from Ghost of Shannon, showing a cockroach walking on his body. Now, this guy has been accused of being a cockroach. Okay? Say hello to my little friend. But now this guy, he's dealing with some pretty weird things in his country. He's suggesting that he gives 65,000 arms away to people and arm his population. He wants to arm everybody. It's bad enough he's hiring Catholic schoolgirls to become child prostitutes and befriend drug dealers and then shoot them in the head with a .22. He's also got a cockroach walking on his body. Watch this.
I think you know better than I do. Liberal na. Sigurado na ako. Klaro ka sa likod.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Duterte. Mr. Duterte. This is not the first time insects have crawled on world leaders. Barack Obama was infamous for having flies land on his forehead. He had a lot of that Obama fly thing happen. There's not just one picture, there's like lots of them. And what was really strange is Barack Obama did not mind the fly on his face. He'd leave it there. He wouldn't even swat it away. That's the part that really kind of freaked people out. Sir, you have a fly in your face. Oh, make no mistake about it. You're telling me I have a fly on my face. Okay. So, let's get... Michael and I have been working on flies. And we've been working together to enhance the fly population. Play it again, Dave. Hey, we got a woman with a flexible mouth. Let's take a look at this. Okay, what you're about to see is very disturbing, and I hope it doesn't bother you for the rest of your life, but it may have just impacted my life, and I don't know how to deal with it. I'm still going through the 7 stages of grief with Doris Day dying at the age of 97, so shocking. Let's take a look at this woman as she's able to move her face into different directions.
Tapa na naman ni Governor Amy Marcos at Attorney Chel Yok.
I stand corrected. This is a dude. That's not a woman, it's a dude. Okay, so I'm not really sure what's going on with that, but if you press the limit on flexibility of your skin, apparently it is kind of like elastic, and it can get kind of rubbery. I don't know if you've had that problem with your frubber. Okay, so nice to have a Hawthorne Gardening Company. Marysville, Ohio, based in best known for his garden, has teamed up with a Canadian pot producer. No kidding. Well, that's kind of a new concept, you know, where gardeners getting together with pot producers to make better quality weed. You invented a weed-killing pellet gun. You shoot into the root. No one wanted it. That's an interesting theory, Penguin. Yeah, I've never heard of that. You're the first guy who's ever mentioned a weed-killing pellet gun. I'll have to take my pellet gun out and fire lead into the soil and contaminate the soil with lead pellets or copper. Get that weed as deep as... I'm constantly plagued by weeds because weeds grow prevalently, you know, on yards that are not mowed. And a lot of yards in my area don't mow their yards, so we get lots of weeds blowing our way. They have similar stretchable skin on Pornhub. I don't know. I've never been to that site. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Daryl VJ. Well, I don't know what Pence's problem is, but I don't think the American people really want this hardcore right-wing pro-life stance. And I don't think the numbers are in favor of that. I think the numbers are still in favor of pro-choice. Most of the people in the country still want pro-choice. But I'm more than willing to make concessions to make sure that the people who are pushing for pro-life have some say in what... You know, and I urge everybody who's a churchgoer to put together a fund of cash, lots of cash for women to have babies. Because ladies have a big problem getting the money to raise the child. Even to have the baby is expensive. I mean, how much is 9 months of your time worth to you? I'm going to say that 9 months should get at least $40,000 in cash. What do you think? So women could have babies and then give them over to the church, like St. Catherine's, the Catholic Church for Wayward Mothers. But 40 grand would make a lot of women probably go through stages, get 10 grand up front, 10 grand during the pregnancy, and 20 grand cash payout for the baby. I'm just thinking money talks. It'd be better to instigate a plan to get people money to keep their baby than to just tell them, you must have that baby. And if you don't have that baby, somebody else will. It's kind of like very authoritative attack on women and their rights. So I stand up for women's rights to choose. But again, I don't want, anyone to think that that's not murder. Okay, U.S. Border Patrol is moving migrants from South Texas to reduce the overcrowding. So Trump is doing exactly what Obama did when Obama did a lot of this moving to sanctuary cities. Trump's doing the same thing, exactly. Well, you wouldn't want to carry a baby for 8-9 months, Willie. What's it worth to you? That's my point. Women, they don't really want to do that, It's not like they really want to carry a baby for 9 months and have the baby. I mean, some mothers welcome it, of course, but it's a lot of work. So they're now using air transportation, and Scissor Fight was wondering, who's paying the bills on this air transportation? Is Donald Trump covering the cost and Trump Airlines? Oh, I'll just send my Trump Air Force over there to move the illegal aliens to another detention center that maybe someone is investing. John Kelly, the former chief of staff for Trump, invested in a detention center for a lot of these illegal alien children. Isn't that weird? Kind of strange reality. Yeah, so we're kind of coming to you with the a different approach toward politics, trying to avoid the imminent future nuclear apocalypse that's coming if Trump starts a war with Iran. We're trying to get through to a lot of the Trump-tards who have no ability to assess Donald Trump's level of greed and his lying and all the things that he said. And when I talk about total collusion, I mean it. I really believe that Donald Trump is working for the Russians. And if you want to laugh that off, you go right ahead. But I really do believe it. I'm more than convinced that if these people like Cohen and Kushner and Donald Jr., who are all Trump associates, met with Russians, especially that Russian attorney to end sanctions, then I believe that there was collusion. So if they say there was none, I seriously don't believe that. The 448 pages prove that Trump's team met with the Russians 127 times before the election, mostly to talk about ending sanctions. Yeah. Next election's coming up in about 1.5 years, I guess. Well, Pence still hasn't shown his tax return, or actually his emails on a private server when he was governor of Indiana. He has stonewalled any attempt by anyone to get public disclosure of his emails. And I'm pretty sure that Pence is up to some pretty weird stuff when he was governor of Indiana. I know some of the emails that he got were from a guy who claimed that Pence was a pedophile. Yeah. So that's maybe why Pence is not showing any of those emails. Torrey Smith was the guy who claimed that Pence was involved in the child sex trafficking and murder ring. Whether that's true or not, he did send emails to Pence. That's maybe why Pence doesn't want to show them. Amazon rolls out machines that pack orders and replace jobs. Wow.
Hey, I left a couple tabs open in my room.
Okay.
You can check them out.
I will. I will.
On my computer now.
Yeah, definitely. Boy, that guy making money hand over fist. Jeff Bezos is now looking at machines that pack orders and replace jobs. He just doesn't want anyone to make any money in his procurement centers. He's literally trying to replace all the people in his procurement centers with robots. The next election, yeah, comes up in about November of 2020. Yes. Thanks, Sarah, for coming in. I'll look at those.
Yeah, thank you.
Monsanto compiled dossier on political opponents. Oh, really? So Monsanto has a dossier on political opponents? Okay, I'll look at that later. I don't know. Maybe I am on the dossier. Okay, now Barr is deferring to a U.S. attorney to look at the origins of the Russian probe. No, dude, you don't get to lie and cheat and steal and act like you're doing something now. He's on record writing a letter to Rod Rosenstein saying he didn't want an investigation into Michael Flynn, the Russian agent. That to me is working for Russia. William Barr did that before the investigation and also said not to investigate obstruction, but clearly he's the guy now we should listen to regarding obstruction. I mean, this is absurd. And then he lied to Congress about Mueller approving of this. All kinds of things are going to come down the pipe on William Barr, I assure you. His name will be in the news many, many days in the future. So it turns out that the stock market dropped significantly today. There was a down day, a 617-point drop.
2%, wow.
Yeah. So it's definitely got that going for it, which is nice.
I'm sorry that I called you a troll, Bingo. Thank you for looking up videos to enhance the show.
Yes. We always get new videos from various people. Bingo's one of them. Thanks, Bingo.
I need to go get some water.
I'll get you some water right now.
Some water.
Coming up.
You're right, Bingo. It was just that one video that I didn't like. Most of your videos are amazing. You're a total troll dragging all you think about. Okay. Well, that's why I was so, like, kind of shocked, because most of your videos were of higher quality, higher par than the video that I was referring to. But I do apologize. I didn't mean to offend you. I thought Fries was a female. That sounds like something you would say, Willie. You're offended, I was offended. So now I've got to, well, I usually don't check the stock market until the weekend. I'm just drinking some water. You know, that good quality H2O. That's about it. I don't speak in all caps. Well, I don't have to type, so there you go. There's that. I know it's filtered water. Uber's at 37. You bought $50 worth at closing. Good. Like 2 stocks, or how do you do $50 worth? 2 point something stock? 1 point something stocks? You just buy 1 stock? I don't know. How does that happen? Oh, on stockpile? Terrifying simulations shows what happens if your city vaccine rates dip below 95%. Ooh, I bet that is terrifying. No, I don't have any new advice. Get out there and meet people in real life. Oh yes, actually, Xenu, have you read the book How to Win Friends and Influence People? I have not, so it might not be good advice because I don't know if I would actually recommend it, because I haven't read the whole book. But it's supposed to be a bestseller, and it's supposed to have good advice on how to win friends and influence people. And the first step to not being an incel is actually getting someone to be your friend of whatever. Before getting someone to do something with you, they've got to usually be your friend first. What did you think about it, Willie? It's by Dale Carnegie. I was not in News Views earlier today. I'm glad you linked that book. See, that's a great link, Bingo. Good job. You do amazing links. I know. I was thinking that earlier today. Should I say something? Should I not say something? And I chose not to. But say something, I'm giving up on you. Oh, I'm so sorry. Do you know what lookism is? No, I don't know what lookism is. I am gonna look that up. Oh, Starbucks, Nordstrom, and Whole Foods all now accept Bitcoin? Wow. I don't know, Ray. 1, 2, 3, no, bingo. Oh, that's very good. You're very excited because you bought Bitcoins. No, we do not have a dog. I'm not a dog person. What's watchism? Lookism is like watchism? Is that like voyeurism? Yeah, David's chopping vegetables, if that sounds like a dog to you, but that's what he's doing. That's the sound you hear. Have you seen the movie, I think it's The Gardener or something? I like to watch, he says in the movie, because he likes to watch television, and I very rarely reject David's cooking. I've only flat out rejected it maybe once or twice. Coca-Cola billionaire arrested after a search of private jet reveals 5,000 cannabis plants allegedly. Wow. Yeah, I think it is No, I don't know if it's Chelsea Gardner. It's with the same guy who played in Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory. Peter Sellers. Is it Chelsea Gardner? Yeah, you're good, bingo. Being there, that's what it was. And his name was Chelsea Gardner. Thank you. Bingo, you are not a troll. You are amazing. And I'm very sorry that I said anything otherwise. Yes, and he was also in Pink Panther. Good person. Or good actor. Peter Sellers. Being there. That's where he says, I like to watch. And he's referring to TV, and this woman thinks he's referring to something else. Oh, enriched uranium and neptunium 237, a known carcinogen, has been detected at Ohio Middle School. A middle school? Not a college, but a middle school? Who's playing around? Who's playing around with nuclear material? That's all they're going to accept over there at eBay? I heard they have some issues with PayPal or something at eBay. I'll have to look that up too. Detection of enriched uranium and forces the closure of Pike County School. Oh, there's concerns of radioactive contamination from a shuttered uranium enrichment plant fewer than 5 miles away. Energy Department contractors are building a waste disposal site on the plant.
I'm Chance, the gardener.
The gardener?
Yes. Since
I'm sorry, that face was in response to Mad Dog's picture. Seriously, Mad Dog? That's just so horrific. Okay, here it is. It's called Piketon School. Piketon. Thank you, Bingo. Okay.
I don't know what you like.
I like to watch, Eve.
What do you mean? You like to watch?
I like to watch.
This is hilarious. That's so funny. I love that. That's what David and we always laugh about that. I don't even know if I saw the whole movie being there, but I should see it. That's hilarious. I like to watch, Eve. Alright, Piketon School closes because of radioactive contamination fears. A school district in southern Ohio has closed its middle school because of concerns of radioactive contamination from a shuttered uranium plant fewer than 5 miles away. The U.S. Department of Energy officials said that they had no plans to stop their work at the former Portsmouth Gaseous Diffusion Plant, which is a 3,000-acre facility nearby, which stopped producing enriched uranium in 2001. They're building a waste disposal site on the plant as they work to clean up the site. The Board of Education said the district was working with the Ohio Department of Education to make up the 5 or 6 remaining days in the school year for students. Oh my gosh, their school year is ending so soon. There's 360, the school has a student population of about 360. There's a recent release of a 2017 Energy Department report that said they found traces of neptunium at an air monitoring station on the grounds of the middle school. That's a carcinogen linked to bone cancer. They were found and the DOE, Department of Energy, confirmed There are trace amounts found in 2 ambient air monitoring stations near the plant. Even though the detected levels were well below the established thresholds of concern for public health, the Department of Energy is taking immediate steps to obtain independent soil and air quality samples in the surrounding area and will take all appropriate actions to address community concerns. So the school district said it will close the middle school until the source, extent, level of contamination, and potential impacts to public health and the environment can be determined. The Pike County Health Department formally called on the Department of Energy to stop construction of the nuclear waste disposal facility after an independent study also found contamination at other sites in the community. Wow. You wish I would talk politics? Isn't that close to politics, Master Meatball? Just talking about nuclear material found at a middle school. That's pretty political. Oh, thank you, Bingo. I'm gonna email this to myself. I can watch Being There. You were thinking you spend more time with David than you do with me. That is true. Oh, wait. Oh, sorry. You spend more time with David than I spend with David. Is what you're saying. Well, you might be right. I hadn't really thought of that before, but you might actually be right. I sometimes spend, in the morning, I might spend 15 minutes with David. And then in the evenings, on a typical weeknight, in the evenings, I used to spend an hour with David, and sometimes I still do. Maybe 2 hours.
So I wasn't looking at my name there at all. On
What?
On those tabs you sent me to.
No, but I need, just a sec. Let's do it then the week. Okay. Well, I need to do it before Friday.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, anyway, moving on. If you could read my mind, love, what a tale you thought they'd say, or something. And that's a good song. Gordon Lightfoot. Well, thank you so much for spending so much time with David. This woman said, a village councilwoman said, in this Piketon area, she knows of 5 students who've been diagnosed with cancer over the last 5 years. 3 of those students died.
In what area?
Piketon, Ohio.
Piketon, yeah. Is that
Where-
downwind from St. Louis?
It's 5 miles from a radioactive.
Waste dump.
Yeah, they stopped enriching uranium at the site in 2001, but they're currently building they're currently building a nuclear waste disposal facility.
Wow. It's nice to be planning it, but too late for them.
I do, however, spend all day with David on Sunday. Does that make up for any other time? So let's see, from 10 to 10, that's 12 hours. $12 to 14 hours on Sunday. And then Saturday, 5, 19. So 5 hours on 5, 6, 7 hours on Saturday, because he still does this show on Saturday. $17 hours, and then you say, and how long would you say he does this show every day? 17 hours plus maybe thinking, does it, if he only spends half an hour with me during the week, then and Saturday at the evening, then that'd be 20 hours a week, but I could pump it up to 23, maybe 20. Let's just say that that's true, because okay, so I spend maybe 24 hours a week with David, conscious. And David does the show for 5 to 10. Yeah. $6 to 12. But minus the hour, even if you minus the hour that I'm on the show and he's not, that's still, that's true. 5 to 10, that's 5 hours. Yep. Wow. I never thought of it that way, Bingo, but you're absolutely right. And he enjoys spending time with you, obviously. And I prefer it because I don't mind it, because David, otherwise, David will tell me all about the wonderful, he wakes up and tells me all about his political ambitions or his different things that happen in the show, and or what's going on in the world politically. In the world, David talks politics all the time. Now I talk about things. Arida? I don't know what that is. RIDAH. So maybe I don't have ambitions as that. I don't know if it will drop for too much further. Is it like a low rider? Yeah. 2-pack ambitions as a Rida? Is that what you... No. Okay, good to know, Bengalitis. Que sera, sera. Whatever will be, will be. The future's not ours to see. Que sera, sera. You sure you don't want me to sing 2-pack ambitions as a Rida? You won't deny it. I'm a straight Rida. You won't... You want... Oh, never mind. I can't sing the rest. Quesadilla. It's whatever. Wait. Tortilla with cheese, you see. Toast it. You can serve up to 3. I don't know. Somebody wanted me to sing quesadilla instead of que sera. Sera. Okay. I've got to leave. I will leave open bingo just for you. Emmy, David, that I like to watch. I would not toast my quesadilla with broccoli. No. That wouldn't be good, movie. I like cooked broccoli, and I like cooked broccoli more than I like raw broccoli. I will admit that. I'm a little strange. Oh, I think I'm going to get some Brussels sprout seeds. I already do have some Brussels sprout plants, but... because the Brussels sprouts and the cabbage, they bloom this time of year. But the broccoli is blooming later, I think. I love cauliflower, but I haven't planted any cauliflower. That's why I didn't say. I'm not talking about the seeds of cauliflower, but I do love cauliflower. You live near Brussels? Okay. You have some Brussels sprouts and rice cakes for dinner. Are you on a diet? I was telling David, I think people really do like cauliflower. And you put it in one of those, like, veggie trays, the cauliflower is definitely eaten up. Oh, I'm sorry, Anita. Good to be at the top of the food chain. Yeah, we don't have to make our own food using sunlight and water and air with photosynthesis. Yeah, maybe that was my superhero voice. Hey, another brother. Yeah, vegan is like a whole nother level. A Beyond Taco at Del Taco? Huh. Yeah, it is interesting having conversations with David in passing, except on weekends. Huh. It's Georgios Papanikolaos, 135th birthday, the Pap smear inventor. Story of a scientist and a pioneer. He was a Greek pioneer in cytopathology and early cancer detection, inventor of the Pap smear. You think a lot of British people would love to clean homes? Okay. I remember that show. I remember hearing about this show, Psych. I never actually watched it. He forever changed the way women are diagnosed with cervical cancer. It's gone up. I thought they said maybe, yeah. Okay. right. Sorry. I was reading about pap smears and when people should get them. A little strange, but because I've seen them saying pap smears are recommended every 3 years, but they also have the other one where you can opt to get it every 5 years. Oh, you don't have to operate heavy equipment tomorrow? Are you going to stay home, another brother? I remember that show, Mr. Belvedere. I have. Oh. Sometimes, yes, it's uncanny how much I look like your sister. Are you my brother? I had 3 brothers, and apparently now I have 4. Well, my brothers don't look that much like me. Oh, well, if I count you another brother, I guess I have 5. No, I don't think so, Bingo. I have another brother. Wait, what, chicken? Who's, how many sisters do you have, Chicken? Besides me. That will tell me if you really are my brother. You're not my brother.
Cell phone? Is that what you need? My cell phone number?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean,
I got it covered.
Yeah. Caves are cool. Outside people are dangerous. Do you live in a cave? You don't live in a cave, another brother. I'm sorry, Sunchild. Do you have all the, like, I take it you have all the pads and things to protect your bedding? Yes. Spawn Man. He is in the other room writing something down for me. Oh. Oh, man. Sorry, Sunchild. Anita, I guess your husband really takes care of you. Hair has arrived. Hair, beautiful hair, long. I hated that musical show. Video. I don't know. I hated it. Totally, completely hated it. I think it was a Broadway musical and maybe also a musical video. I don't know. It was awful. I think that maybe the video was good and the musical was awful. I don't remember, but all I remember, it was bad. Sorry. I took the 60s course in college. It was about history.
All right. I'm ready.
Thank you. I wear warm clothes because I can.
Yeah, go for it. I just set it next to my bed. The number is next to my cell phone.
Okay, thanks. I figured that's what I need. And we'll talk about the other later.
Oh, you okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Dinner's on the stove, by the way, if you want to.
I don't know what you like.
I like to watch, Eve.
You pulled up Being There. I like to watch, Eve. Somebody sent you that. Wow. Oh, wow, I got something on my net. Hang on. I got to get a wet one. Excuse me. Could you have me a wet one? Yeah. I was cooking on the barbecue and got barbecue on my...
Bingo sent me that video.
Huh?
The user Bingo sent us.
Bingo sent I Like to Watch from Peter Sellers' movie Being There. And the scene was he likes to watch. And he literally... Thank you.
You're welcome.
He literally was one of the best actors ever, Peter Sellers. He died of heart disease. Funny guy. And really super talented. Great at playing characters. But we just showed you just a snippet of that, which is not anything more than 2 seconds, I believe. So I don't think we'll be monetized. I hope. These are these are wet ones, which technically are chemicals. I don't really like them, but hey, if you're out there, on Skid Row and you have nothing, these moist towelettes will clean you up. I would love to be able to get bathrooms to people in San Francisco who are crapping on the street. I think that's so sad that human beings have had to resort to defecating in the streets because the Democrats can't build a bathroom. They never realized that bathrooms were designed for people who have that problem. The orange peels contain chemicals. Yeah, I know. Even the natural ones. I know. I'm not that into orange peel smell either. I found some Ecos detergents that are really good. They're sold at Walmart or Super Walmart. They're called Ecos, E-C-O-S. And I've been using these things, and they're really good cleaners. The natural ones that have derived from parsley are really, really strong. I like the parsley ones. Yes, Nancy Pelosi hasn't done anything. I think they're starting to understand, Nancy Pelosi and Adam Schiff are starting to understand that the Democrats have no other option but to prosecute through impeachment. These contempt citations can amount to felonies, but they can go to court. And while Attorney General William Barr remains in power, he can be pursuing a court case, claiming he's innocent until proven guilty, that he didn't contempt and he had some BS reason. I think William Barr is working for the Russians, personally. I think that's a fact. Because of that letter, if he hadn't written that 19-page letter defending Michael Flynn before we found out Michael Flynn was a Russian agent, that's suspicious. Saying not to investigate Michael Flynn. For William Barr, our current Attorney General, to do that, that's really sad. That's just doesn't, it indicates something's not right. We did a really good, I have a conspiracy video tonight on Billie Eilish, that she's, this phenom woman who is, she's actually not even 18. I don't think she's. Yeah, it turns out that Billie Eilish her whole family is, connected. And people think she just got instant stardom from being just this incredibly cool, wonderful singer. Well, I mean, I admit her singing capability is really good, but she's kind of a little bit weird too, with that some odd stuff, but totally connected the family is. So we'll talk about that tonight in our after show. We've got a good video on that. I screened it last night, 10 minutes. Young man did a little bit of work, looking into the background of the family, and said it just seems like she got stardom a little too easy, Ja, det luktar Dutch. Ja, Dior, ja. Vill du också ha kaffe? Yes, please, I have a coffee. Okay, we're getting immediate demands to not talk about Doris Day, mind you, and reminisce upon the wonderful beauty that she was, but rather to play the Larry Sinclair video, and we're being attacked by Xenu, who knows you're not allowed to do that. So we won't do Larry Sinclair. We're going to honor Doris Day, thank you. And I'd love to play more of her music, but I can't, unfortunately, because I can't play any of it. Doris Day died at the age of 97 from pneumonia. Okay, coming in just a second. China tariffs on $60 billion in U.S. goods starting June 1st. Here we go again. Oh, we could easily win a trade war. Well, you could easily screw the stock market up pretty bad, Donald. And I said this in the beginning of our pre-show. We are being led by an incompetent person. He doesn't know what he's doing. Always bear that in mind, okay? So when Donald Trump makes decisions, he's incompetent, people. You're the ones that thought he was really smart and he knows what he's doing. No, he simply takes orders from Putin. That's what he does. That's what he does. All right, yeah, we could relax and have some enjoyable Conspiracy Monday. We can talk about anything, the 5G network, the dangers, and how we want to make a 5G network safe. We could talk about that, all these radio frequencies, how they affect us, and is there a conspiracy to hurt us? We don't know. But you don't want to talk about that. You just want to talk about this homosexual man named Larry Sinclair who claimed he had sex with Barack Obama. Okay. I'll play that for you if you want.
Hey, do you ever wonder, like, what is going on? I mean, like, do you ever, like, wake up or do something and you're just like, what the fuck is going on?
Where Senator Obama exited the limousine with $250, which was provided to him by me. Returned a short while later with an 8-ball of cocaine, which he gave to me. I did ingest a couple of lines of cocaine, and shortly thereafter, Senator Obama produced a glass cylinder pipe and packet of crack cocaine from his pocket. Obama then smoked the crack cocaine. I performed fellatio on Senator Obama in the limousine during the time Senator Obama was smoking crack cocaine, after which I had the driver take me to my hotel, the Comfort Suites, Gurnee, Illinois. I would hear from someone in a few days. In mid to late October 2007, I received a second call from this Mr. Young, at which time I clearly became aware that this individual was personally involved with Senator Obama rather than just an employee of his campaign. The tone of the conversation had a sexual nature. Mr. Young did not once advise me how he obtained my phone number, which by this time had now changed to a Delaware number. In late October 2007, I received a text message from the gentleman identified as Mr. Young, in which he stated he was intimately involved with Senator Obama and that Obama was discussing with him and his pastor how to publicly acknowledge Senator Obama's drug use in 1999, and that Obama wanted to be sure I had not discussed the sexual encounters or drug incidents with any media at that time. In mid to late November 2007, in another text message from Mr. Young, he advised me that Senator Obama will publicly correct his statement as to the last time he used drugs, and I did not need to concern myself with publicly disclosing it myself. The last contact I had with Mr. Young was in early December 2007, when he made it clear to me that Senator Obama had no intentions of publicly acknowledging his 1999 use of crack cocaine, and that Mr. Young was in fact doing nothing more than milking information from me for Senator Obama's use. I later learned that A. Donald Young, the choir director of Reverend Wright's Trinity United Church of Christ, Obama's now former church, and who was openly homosexual, learned that he was murdered on December 23rd of 2007. I have cooperated with the Chicago Police Department in this matter by providing them the telephone numbers I was using during the fall of 2007. And I release them now publicly in the hope that someone may be able to connect the dots between these telephone numbers and Mr. Young. Those numbers are 954-758. Actually, that should be 956. That's another typo. 956-758-1105. 956-758-1885, 956-758-8002, 302-685-7175, 612-466-1043.
Okay, I hope you got all those numbers written down. That would be the limousine driver who can corroborate this entire event. Many of you believe that somehow Larry Sinclair was lying. He had passed the lie detector test with 99% certainty. And when he talked about Andrew Young, or rather Donald Young, it's true. Donald Young was the choir director at Trinity United Church of Chicago. And Donald Young was the person responsible for calling him and trying to tell him to back off of the president, not talk about his drug use, and that seemingly was going to broker a deal with Larry Sinclair. And then Obama or somebody got to this guy, Donald Young, and killed him. This man right here. Donald Young was shot to death in his apartment. No known gunman. We don't know who did it. Similarly, a man who allegedly had an affair with Barack Obama, Larry Bland, had suffered a rapid decline with AIDS. I mean, super fast. Like, he went to the hospital, then died. And it was the first incidence of pneumonia that I think he had. And then Nate Spencer, another homosexual man who had relations with Barack Obama, also died that same year, 2007. So when you guys talk about the Larry Sinclair case, you really need to be aware of all this. I just want you to know that there's a big story here behind the Larry Sinclair case. It's not just some homosexual man talking about having oral sex with Barack Obama in a limousine. It's a very solid lead on a potential investigation into the murder of 3 men. Yeah. And his testimony should have been taken to court. The man should have had some time. They should have listened to him. And with those numbers now on the recorded history of YouTube, anybody can run with them because Larry Sinclair himself released them for public review. Now, I don't know who they are. I don't know what their numbers lead to, nor am I trying to promote you to call them, but any of that information is now public record, just as it was when he released that information many years ago. And he paid $6,000 to tell people about Obama. See, Obama is a complete New World Order puppet. He worked in the CIA when he went to Occidental College. I have a personal story about that. I actually did the tour of Occidental College. It's one of the colleges that accepted me. I didn't go there, but I did a full one-day tour of the school. My family went too. And I can assure you there was a location at the Career Center that was very suspicious. It showed a large, as soon as you open the door of the Career Center, it's had a large board on it, and it said, the CIA is looking to recruit anyone who can speak Farsi, Middle Eastern dialects, Indonesian. It said it right there. Actively seeking anyone. So, I mean, how could he have not gone to the Career Center and seen that? So I'm sure Barack Obama was solicited. And we do know that his mother was, yes, okay. You can't post like that. His mother was, Stanley Ann Dunham, was working as some sort of an agent for the CIA over in Indonesia. So all of this is very suspicious and makes you wonder what the New World Order is all about and why we've been taken down this very dark road to where we are today.
State-sponsored terrorism, the power of the deep state, false flags, COINTELPRO, MKUltra, government meddling in personal affairs, our privacy under attack. Fight back, America. Build this third party.
There is ample evidence that a concerted effort is going on to propagandize and control the political views of the American people. Their primary goal is to disarm the American people and to lead us toward an imminent fate that they see is the only way out, a new world order. Well, we say no. I support the nation-state model, and I support everything this organization is is trying to do. I'm David Sponheim, and I support this message.
Okay, yeah. So I will be doing what we can from our perspective to try to reveal any truth to any of these events that are happening around us. I've got my my volumes really tuned down on the news, and I don't know if you're doing the same thing, but I don't believe almost everything I hear at this point, relatively speaking, unless I have proof. And there's very little proof that a lot of these events, like terrorist attacks, have been happening. The New Zealand attack was a disaster. They tried to cover up the entire video by suppressing it. Yeah, and that, like the big conspiracy with Michelle Obama and the whole idea of, you know, right, lying to the American public about being a dude. That really. CBD Man says, it took me 218 refreshes to get in tonight. I'm getting kind of tired of this BS. Okay, so what's happening right now over at iVlog is we've got the same thing. They're censoring the viewers that come in here like Mark does. Now, I heard recently that Mark was making an offer to buy iVlog. So somebody must have gotten to them at iVlog and the money was just too good, because they've kept a lot of people from coming into our show. Believe it or not, CBD Man is having the same problem. 218 refreshes to get in here. Thank you, CBD Man. I did not realize that you were encountering this. Wow. Yeah, see, I'm beginning to realize this is an ongoing thing. Now iVlog is doing it to us as well. Our views over at Periscope are also limited by the number of Twitter people that see our show on Twitter. Some people may not see it. The campaign photos are out on the main page, Joe. You can take a picture of, just go to America's Third Party and click on the logo and right-click it, save it to your hard drive, and you can go to your local Office Max and print that up on 11 by 15. It prints in color and black and white. Yeah, it costs like 30 cents for black and white. Color is like $1. This says 2020 on it. Go to America's Third Party. Yeah, you're talking about the sign, the professional sign. I know.
Try it again.
Okay, don't believe Michelle Obama's a man? Let's take a look.
Has released more classified documents than the rest of the world's media combined.
Okay, here we go. We're gonna pull up Michelle Obama at the Ellen DeGeneres show, and we're gonna take a look at this video. Let's take a look. This is from YouTube. I normally play my video. Let's see if it's the same.
Hit it.
Okay, the difference between mine and that is the length of the music. Let's take a look at this one.
I'm sorry, she's a what? She's to see the first gay president or the first woman president?
We already have it with Obama, so let's just calm down.
Got it.
You know Michelle is a trans...
I'm sorry, she's a what?
A transgender. We all know.
Oh my gosh.
Proof positive that Michelle Obama's been lying to us. So Michelle Obama and Barack Obama were both fake. Let's get that through our thick heads. Let's start establishing that fact. Thank you. And let's look at the possibility that Donald Trump is being handpicked by the same group of Zionists who control our country, who are buying up anybody in the left or the right political spectrum. Now, Lindsey Graham is receiving money from Russia to get reelected. 800,000 in the past few years he's received to get reelected. Mitch McConnell is receiving money from the Russians to get reelected. Who are the most strident supporters of Donald Trump in this case, to insisting that there's no collusion? Lindsey Graham and Mitch McConnell. Again, Russian money is contaminating this aspect too. I believe Joan Rivers was killed. I do. I believe Joan Rivers, I believe they didn't do an autopsy on her because I think they slit her throat. They killed her virtually by slicing her throat. Yeah. She was going in for a standard procedure and they decided to do a biopsy without her approval. Now, I know that her daughter can't talk about it because she signed a sealed agreement and settled out of court in the case, but I do know that there was no autopsy on her mother. I think her name was Melissa Rivers. Anyway, she can't talk about the case. She signed an agreement not to talk about the case, so nobody ever did any investigation. So Trump did say in 2011, in order to get elected, Barack Obama will start a war with Iran. And guess who's trying to get reelected to cover his felony charges? Donald Trump. And guess who's starting a war with Iran? Donald Trump is trying to right now. Yeah, it seems really obvious that he's doing anything he can to just divert our attention from the ongoing collusion and obstruction case, which won't go away because there's so much evidence supporting it. It doesn't matter if the FBI says now at this point, and Wray is completely controlled by Donald Trump. The FBI is obstructing because they're ordered to. Remember, Wray was the person put in charge. He was handpicked to do whatever Trump said. So the FBI is obstructing the case now too. They're no longer valid. And they were no longer valid when James Comey was director. He absolutely violated his duties as director when he openly called out Hillary Clinton for criminal investigation 11 days before the election, which is a gross, incredibly gross error of judgment on his part, which no man like that should have been director of the FBI. James Comey was a disaster. In fact, if Donald Trump had fired him for any other reason, I would have totally agreed. But Donald Trump was heard talking to Lester Holt how he wanted to end the Russian thing, and then invited the Russians over the next day just to congratulate them and say, yeah, I'm just so glad the Russian thing's ended. You know, basically, he had a private conversation with Russians. We don't even know what they said. It was on TASS News Service. We have no videotape or audio transcripts of any of his communications, any of them with Russia. Ever since Trump became president, we have absolutely no transcripts of any communications between him and Vladimir Putin or anyone else. Isn't that interesting? And guess who benefited the most? Russia. Russia benefited from us alienating NATO. Russia benefited from us not having any sanctions against them over the past year and a half. And guess what? Russia is benefiting from a trade war with China too, because both countries are now suffering in some way or capacity. Russia has a very small economy, but they're very, very big on meddling in government affairs around the world. So they're using that as a proxy to attack our country and basically destroy China's economy and the U.S. economy at the same time. It's actually a pretty brilliant way to control a country, just by owning a greedy president who may have a sex tape out there of his dingus hanging out. When you look at it from the perspective of a tactical decision, what Putin and the Russians are doing to try to take our country over is actually a pretty smooth move. And you Trump supporters, you have no idea what's going on. You just blindly support Trump like he's some great bastion of salvation. Now the farmers are pissed. Your entire breadbasket of America is going to be pissed off, and that means no Republican votes in the upcoming election. You're screwed. And if Republicans keep riding on Trump's coattails, they will be dragged down with the entire wave of corruption that's going to be revealed, very soon, very shortly. I like Israel, yeah. I'm not a Zionist, no. What I am is a person who's anti-Zionist. I don't want a Zionist directive, a foreign policy directed by Zionism, but I support Israel. I would never get rid of the Vatican, Joe. That's absurd. I'm not here to destroy institutions that have a place and a tradition and in every way have the right to do their own thing. What I'm here to do is intercept any of their evil intents to corrupt every aspect of our world order that we have today. And this new world order that's created is very bad for the future of this country. America is not going to benefit from it. Our quality of life is already going down. How many of you are eating out of dumpsters in your local area, just reaching in and grabbing half-eaten burgers from the fast food restaurants? Anyone? Press 1 if you are. I could show you the cashew plant. It takes a while, though. Okay, the penguin is eating out of a dumpster. He eats half-eaten hamburgers as a way of saving money. Yeah, there you go. So a lot of Americans are reaching into the dumpsters to eat now. You're eating donuts out of dumpsters? There you go. Many people are reading. Now America is becoming a third world nation. You see? The cashew plant is very similar to the cashew itself. It's like a husky little coating around the beautiful cashew plant. And if you look closely, you'll see that the cashew plant is actually laughing at you. It says, "You're screwed, buddy. You're going to gain weight eating me." See that? That is an actual picture of a cashew plant saying, "You're going to gain a lot of weight if you keep eating me." See that? Ironically, I do look like this particular image. I may be a cashew plant. Yeah, hey you fat guys eating the cashew. You know the cashew is has the highest amount of. You know the cashew has the highest amount of. Hey everybody! You know the cashew has the highest amount of cholesterol and oils of any of them. Yeah, really. So that's a first. I acted like a cashew plant today. You have a cashew video about cashew trees? Well, isn't this special? Well, golly. We're learning so much today about the natural kingdom that's dying off around us. I love to know about things that are becoming extinct. Well, thank you so much for coming into the show and watching our informative section. Now we go back to Conspiracy Monday, where clearly their plan to destroy the world and the population has been written. The Georgia Guidestones is one example. Their secretive operations and the clandestine and almost humorous thing they have at the Denver airport, the gargoyle. Have you seen that? They put together a gargoyle that laughs about conspiracy theories because everyone says the Denver airport is a place where these secret people meet underground. And believe me, this has grabbed a lot of attention recently. Behold a white horse, yeah.
It seems these days that almost anything can become the topic of conspiracy theories, and that includes one of America's major airports. Opened in 1995, Denver International has long been the subject of wild speculation. Well, when the airport began a major renovation project, they decided it was a chance to play along.
Well, I don't like the playing along part. What's interesting about the Denver airport, it really is shaped just like a swastika. Yeah. And the construction value of the Denver airport is so poor, all it is canvas and fiberglass. And it's the most expensive airport in history. How the hell did they spend all that money on canvas and fiberglass? Well, obviously there is something to the story. So embracing the story, acting like it's no big deal, is certainly the Denver way. Check this out.
Out there at our weird airport.
Just like Kirk, a little older, a little wiser, a little weirder. Well, as you know, Denver International has some strong conspiracy theories. So to make the airport experience a little more fun and keep with the theme for those traveling through DIA, the airport embraced the weirdness. A talking gargoyle dropped by to give travelers his 2 cents and got plenty of laughs.
That's a little too close for comfort, lady.
Oh, damn.
What, you never seen a talking gargoyle before? Welcome to Illuminati headquarters. I mean, Denver International Airport.
Okay, this is how they like to do this right in our face. This is an example of right in our face. Tell it to it right in our face that they are the Illuminati headquarters and they think it's a big joke. They want to make it seem like a big joke. It's just like when Mark was talking and bragging about all the money they were making, and then all of a sudden people realized, wow, this guy's making a lot of money. Then Mark didn't know how to back out of this, and now he's calling it a big joke about, let's pretend like we made a lot of money on Dave. When in fact they have made hundreds of millions of dollars on this show, censoring us. Well, that's the same way that Denver is now saying, yeah, they're an Illuminati headquarters. They're embracing it. They want people to actually make that part of their gimmick. Yeah. Hide in plain sight. That's part of their technique. They love to do that. They would love to have an entire underground subterranean village of pedophiles all lingering underground waiting to just yank children into a secret hiding place. Oh, wait a second. They have that already. It's Disneyland. But, sorry, not Disneyland, Disney World. They were caught with like 30 pedophiles. A few years back, Disney World had 30 pedophiles, all living, working at that Disney World hotel and snagging children from the crowd. So these people aren't just normal people, mind you. And I'm not saying Disney's full of pedophiles. I'm not, because they cleaned that whole thing up. But the reality is they are living among us and they are hiding and they are pretending like they can do no wrong. They cannot be found. They cannot be stopped. Look at James Alefantis. James Alefantis is a very interesting character. There's photos of him with the Rothschild family. Yeah, that's a very interesting conspiracy theory. You know the guy from Pizzagate? Yeah, there's photos with him with, Pizzagate, go. The entire James Alefantis story gets weirder and weirder the more you look into it. Here he is in a group photograph of the Rothschilds. Now, the name James Alefantis seems made up because it means lover of children in French. Now, this guy stood in front of everybody and talked to and talked to the news service about how he had never done anything wrong, and then we saw pictures of the little girl that he had taped to a table and who was his godchild, and then we were expected to accept this as a possibility that it's just a normal thing. People tape little girls to tables, and and then there's a whole series of things about him that create the allegation that he's involved in something very, very sinister, like human trafficking, child trafficking, that kind of thing. Allegations, mind you, but the government, the cabal, the deep state decides to cover the whole thing up and claim Pizzagate's a bad word. In fact, CNN called it the fake news. That's the original derivation of the word fake news. CNN called it Pizzagate, the fake news. That it was done by a bunch of conspiracy whack jobs who targeted him at the Pizzagate store, at the Comet Pizza store, that there's nothing wrong about Comet Pizza at all. It's a perfectly normal place. Not really. Comet Pizza has cages inside of it. Cages that could house human beings, children. We have photographs of it in the record. Hang on, I gotta get that phone. Somebody's calling, if you can believe that. I'm not sure why.
CARE was founded after 9/11. because they recognized that some people did something and that all of us were starting to lose access to our civil liberties.
And a special thanks to Representative Omar of Minnesota. Oh, I forgot. She doesn't like Israel, I forgot.
We finally have a leader, a world leader in the White House who publicly says Islam hates us, who fuels hate against Muslims, who think it is okay to speak about a faith and a whole community in a way that is dehumanizing, vilifying, and doesn't understand, or at least makes us want to think that he doesn't understand the consequences that his words might have.
And what would those consequences be? Is that a threat to the American people in Iran? And you have to ask yourself, why isn't Donald Trump prosecuting her for marrying her brother to make him a U.S. citizen? I mean, what's Donald doing? I mean, he could be prosecuting Elizabeth Warren for fraud and perjury when she said she was Cherokee Indian. He used my idea, let's get a DNA test on Elizabeth Warren. We did. We found out she was not Cherokee Indian, yet he didn't pursue a case against her. He could. He never prosecuted, like I said, Ilhan Omar either for having married her brother, allegedly, to make him a citizen. So that's something very suspicious, isn't it? That he's not doing anything with Hillary Clinton. He's not prosecuting her either, Donald isn't. So what's going on here, by the way? Thank you. I'm actually Algonquin of heritage. I have Algonquin in my heritage on my mother's side. The English settled here as Puritans, and one of them married an Algonquin in my family line a long, long time ago. But I'm not bragging, and I never collected affirmative action money like she did. So she needs to be prosecuted. Omar needs to be prosecuted, for real. And Clinton needs to be prosecuted. But why isn't he prosecuting any of these? Because Donald Trump is part of the two-party conspiracy against common sense. Can I help you? Yes. What's your question? Hello? Yes, what's your question? Yes, what's your question? Doesn't have a question. You write that stuff down next time and get ahead of yourself so you won't choke up on the phone. But we should see prosecutions, but we're not. So Donald Trump is part of the two-party system that has designed this entire way of making it seem like we have choice. You see, she's just an actress or a scapegoat or whatever you want to call her. She's just being put up there as a person who represents Muslims. Can't get rid of her. We've got to use her to hate on Muslims, right? So Donald can parlay and hate on Muslims. Similarly, Elizabeth Warren has to be out there because we have to have somebody on the far left to make fun of and call names. So she can't leave her post as senator. You see, Donald won't go after Hillary Clinton either because they're friends. They're close friends. They actually go to functions together, she and Bill and the Trumps. So you see, it's all a really close-knit community of suck-ups, these left and right people in our political system. That's why they don't want a third party, and they're doing everything they can to stop a third party from forming because they don't want a united centrist position where people all agree on almost everything except, of course, issues like social issues like right to life and abortion. A lot of us have this big difference. But like gun rights, we support the right to bear arms here. I don't want to be an LGBTQ supporter, so I'm not like the Democrats that way. Yet I care about the environment, and they're not solving the problems of the environment. You see, this division is all falsely created by the elitists. They love the division. They love the point counterpoint, the idea that you have a choice between left and right. You don't have a choice. Left is right, right is left. They own both sides, but they don't own the middle, and that's what we are. We are the middle, and they don't own us. And like I said earlier, somebody offered me $300 million to stop doing this. That's how frightened they are of what we're doing. That's how frightened they are of what we're about to do. So they're trying desperately to shut down the show, and have for some time. They've got cronies and gang stalkers that have been attacking us from every different dimension. I have been dealing with people at the highest levels financially have gone after the name third party. They had one hostile takeover. They tried to send us emails from an attorney's office saying they wanted to buy our name or insisted that we give it up at third party. Found out that Twitter will not allow anyone to sell a name. We would never do that anyway. And it was very weird. We responded with a cease and desist, this attempt to try to stop us. And as you can see, they keep coming at us. And we're in every way, we have the rightful name at third party, but even Twitter has been completely shadow banning us and keeping us down. We've got the same number of followers that we've had for 8 years on Twitter. How is that possible when I've done over 20,000 hours of broadcasting in that time period? Seriously. How is it possible to have the same number of subscribers that I had 8 years ago on YouTube? When the Young Turks got 2 million subs in that time period, I got none. How is that possible? Because they're afraid of us. Clinton and Trump are the Illuminati, exactly. They're working together as just foot soldiers of the people that run them. Yeah, well, this whole entire show is dedicated to a lot of really good ideas. I mean, when you look at the sum total of our concepts, we've got this 24/7 cancer cure center that could aggressively go after cures for cancer. We've got our book, Hybrid Capitalism, which Sarah and I wrote. It's a fairly good 200-page read about how we can stimulate the economy and get back to common sense solutions for people, and get the government to run like a business as opposed to a socialist economy where it takes over business. We've got the blimp pack solution for air travel, which Ocasio-Cortez would never think of. They want to just down aircraft. I want to revive and reuse and recycle aircraft. I want to bring them back up from the aircraft burial grounds in Nevada and Arizona. We've got probably 7,000 planes ready to go that could build amazing transportation solutions that could go from LA to New York for $100. It may take 10 hours, but it could go for $100 to go from LA to New York. It'd make it safer too, because we could put parachutes on these things. All these great ideas. We have them here. An ocean pipeline for desalination, for getting fresh water to people with no fossil fuel invested whatsoever. Really amazing. We could get 50,000 gallons to Vegas alone if we ran a pipeline from LA to Vegas. But that's what we come to the table with. The Democrats don't have these new concepts, these ideas. And the MMU, the Mobile Medical Unit, put that in every major city and lower the cost of healthcare. Start triaging problems that ER would charge a lot for and charge Medicaid a lot for. Do that for next to nothing with a staff of employees working directly for the Veteran Administration. Yeah, all these are good ideas. And they're all part of what we offer at America's Third Party.
Talk about the political influence in this country that says it is okay for people to push for allegiance to a foreign country. I want to ask, why is it okay for me to talk about the influence of the NRA, of fossil fuel industries, or Big Pharma, and not talk about a powerful lobbying group that is influencing policy?
Okay, she made a good point. She made a very good point. Yeah, go ahead. What can I do for you, man? Hello. Yes. I can't understand what you're saying. Anyway, we're looking at a whole slew of these scumbags. She's referring, ironically, to the Zionists at AIPAC. Our country, Ilhan Omar actually has some good points. Our country's being dominated by these AIPAC giants financially. They're funneling money into the Democratic and Republican Party. Now, let's not forget the oligarchs that are also connected to AIPAC through the Russian oligarchs that are very close to Shabbat Leibovich, the Zionist headquarters of the synagogue that Donald Trump, Ivanka, and Jared go to. They're connected to the Russian oligarchs. That's how that connection occurred. That's how Donald Trump got for 20 years got money from Russian oligarchs, is through the AIPAC Association and through his connection to the Shabbat Leibovich. But then you've got this group at the Vatican, the Catholics, nested in our government. They have positions within the highest ranks at the CIA. And then you go back to the origins of this big plan, which was originally founded by the Masons and Sir Francis Drake. And they've had a kind of a collaboration among these groups over the years for 500, 600 years. And it resulted into what we call the New World Order, as evinced by this Denver airport horse of the apocalypse. And you're wondering, what does this have to do with me, Dave? Well, you hear that sucking sound? That's the world being sucked down a toilet that they want to make. They want to make this earth into a toilet so that you could get sucked down into that toilet. They have plans to create a Syrian pipeline running through Iraq, or running through Syria, rather. And they've got conflicts of interest with Russian oligarchs on that issue, but they still want to do it. And that's funded the war in Syria and the war in Iraq and Afghanistan. And that's another one of their primary goals, is to have an oil pipeline there one way or another. They've got a lot of plans to control us through the Federal Reserve, and they control us and create wars, which fund more expansion of credit. And they own us through the Federal Reserve, which is a private organization, as Ron Paul explained to people when he wrote the book End the Fed. But essentially, we want to get our troops home and end the Federal Reserve, ultimately severing ourselves from this connection to the New World Order, the people that are controlling the destiny of this country, or trying to at least. So we have a bigger battle than Donald Trump has ever taken on. And if you people who think that Trump is somehow fighting the deep state, Trump is completely and utterly owned by the deep state in every way. He can't move or jump without making a phone call to Henry Kissinger to verify if he's jumping too high. How high should he jump, you know? And that Henry Kissinger is the arm piece of the Rothschild family here in the U.S.
And various other matters. We're talking about Syria, and I think that we're going to do very well with respect to Syria. I think things are happening that are really, really, really positive. Everybody knows Dr. Kissinger, and we're right now talking about Russia.
He literally called Kissinger in the day after he fired James Comey to come visit with him and like give him support. He literally had to call the handler of the Rothschild family in to give Donald Trump support at that key moment. It's amazing. And his debt has always been covered by the Federal Reserve. They've always given him loans. They've hand-picked him to be the architect of America's total economic collapse. So here we are, perched on the edge of a collapse with Donald Trump engaged in a very aggressive technique of destabilizing the entire American political theater, as well as diplomatic relations with every country that we trade with. And he's doing it with a gusto. In fact, the Democrats think that he wants to be impeached. That's how serious they think that he wants to be impeached. So it's whatever the Democrats want to think. I think they got elected in the midterms because we want impeachment. That's what I believe. That's why the overwhelming number of people voted for the House to be Democrat. But if they don't get that message, they keep denying it like Pelosi and Adam Schiff are. They're missing a really important move in a political history. If they don't seize this moment, they'll be of no value whatsoever, because obviously another party's emerging somewhere, and might even be here, to stop these people at this game, this vicious game of pretending to have choice when never doing anything, never solving any problems, just pretending to have, you believe your Democrats are going to solve the problem or your Republicans are going to solve the problem, but they never ever do. They just fight. Well, I think Trump is probably very much a stump, a barrier in our progress as a nation. We're not growing productively. He's inflating the value of everything, and he's undermining our relations with foreign countries, especially NATO, which only serves Russia. And his relationship with China evolving or devolving into a trade war serves Russia as well, like I said earlier, because Russia is a small economy, whereas if they can take the two largest economies down by controlling Trump and his mouth, think of how that's a win-win for Vladimir Putin and the Russians, or the people that are controlling that game. And maybe there are people, independent people in China, that are trying to fight this underbelly of control through Hong Kong and the financial sector. Maybe China really is trying to solve the problems of 1.3 billion people and really want to feed the people of their country and really want good trade. Whereas the people that rule the world, they don't want China to be successful. They probably want China to collapse because that's a large portion of the depopulation that they want to get rid of. They want to get rid of 90% of the population of the world. That means most of India and most of China would be completely destroyed if that goal was real. So these sinister goals that they have in mind are easily implemented with somebody like a puppet who's very deep in debt financially, won't even disclose his IRS for 10 years, yet he said openly, "I'll gladly show you 10 years of my tax returns, no problem." And then clearly doesn't want anyone to find out about the Deutsche Bank $1 billion note he holds with them, or how he tried to get more money when he became president because he was broke. He was strapped financially. And this guy's more than willing to profit $90 million he's made so far in the Trump Hotel across the street from the White House, completely in violation of all conflict of interest laws. So yeah, he's a real peach. And you got yourself to thank for that. But if you want to sit back and watch the country collapse, that's fine. Or you may think you might want to do something like create a third party with me, with our help, and get this country back on track again. Because clearly we're not on track. America's third party is working toward the future. We can't do it alone, though. We do require others to talk about us. I put Donald on his stump because he's stumping up our entire process. Yeah, I don't believe that he's going to solve problems. He's more like a liquidator. He's getting rid of our industries as we speak. Look at how many cars are being produced in America. Hardly any now. Even Ford is eliminating their car line of subcompacts and sedans. In what was a very vibrant economy for that particular vehicle, it still is for some car makers like Volkswagen, Audi, BMW, Toyota, Honda. But American cars, no, they don't exist anymore hardly. Almost completely wiped out. Yet you believe somehow that he's doing something to prevent this from happening. It's hard to imagine what goes on in the mind of a Trump-tard. I'm going to assume it's, okay, everything is fake news to you. You don't believe anything. It's all BS. But everything Trump says is true, according to you. Okay, gotcha. Just needed to know where you're coming from. Comcast doesn't care. Okay, I'll play that later. Thanks. So, how come Trump's wife looks like a supermodel, but Trump looks like a nutsack? That's a really good question. Well, Melania is much younger than he is, and Melania is. I feel sorry for Melania, actually. I think that she's being verbally abused. I really do. And when she tweeted or she liked the Free Melania movement, she actually liked it, because you can measure if a person likes something. I think that that's the only way she could say Free Melania. She supports that concept. I really believe that she's under a lot of pressure to be the perfect first lady. I don't dislike Melania. I think she's a really strong woman and it deserves a lot of admiration from America. But I think we're dealing with a person who is not as admirable as she is when you look at Trump. I think that you're looking at a guy who's more than willing to do whatever it takes to make a buck off of whoever, whenever, and never pay them a penny. And he's got a history of not paying his debts off, kind of like Ocasio-Cortez. Very similar. She didn't pay her staff properly, and she has no idea what she's doing. Very similar to Donald Trump. Yeah, Kissinger is like pure evil. I don't know how Trump could even hang out with Henry Kissinger after all the things that he's been involved in and never answer to anybody. Because Donald Trump is part of the big deep state. He's owned. They write his checks. He can't jump without asking, how high? How high am I allowed to jump, sire? Well, white men can't jump. Oh, we're not allowed to jump? Really? Okay. I guess. So we found out that the cult leader was starving the women in this trial with Keith Raniere. He had literally women becoming so thin that their skin was translucent in the recent reveal about Allison Mack and what she was involved in. Very strange. And we had a tiger attacked the executive director of Northern Arizona Wildlife Sanctuary on April 24th. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I'm just getting to the most recent news here. Elisa Milano says why the time is now for a sex strike. Women feel like their reproductive rights are being attacked by the pro-lifers. And they're saying no more sex, or at least Elisa Milano is. Other women are not saying that. Elisa Milano is. That's nice. Well, I guess she can avoid having sex by just being beautiful and people can admire her. Yeah, he's a war criminal, Kissinger is. And Amazon doesn't want to pay anybody. I mean, this guy's smiling his way all the way to the bank always. He kind of took the better half of his wife's money with a good attorney. And now he's just thinking of all the things he's going to do and replace people. Amazon wants to pack orders and replace jobs. He's bringing in the robots. So he's going to be the robot guy. Meanwhile, people will be out of a job. Monsanto compiled a dossier on political opponents. This came in earlier. This document was made by a PR agency working for Monsanto, which makes the controversial weed killer, glyphosate, used in Roundup. Yeah, its parent company, Bayer, has apologized over the Monsanto's dossier, but the document was compiled illegally. It had an illegal file on critics of chemicals and GMO crops. So they put together a dossier of all the people that they're not liking, who are going up against GMOs, like myself, no doubt, or others. Yeah, glyphosate has been classified as a probable carcinogen by the World Health Organization. But the EPA says it's unlikely to cause cancer in humans, which is absurd. And the EU, or the European Chemicals Agency, said there was not enough evidence to label it as carcinogenic. But there's more than enough evidence than the number of people filing suits against Monsanto, now owned by Bayer. I had a lot of things I had to get rid of. They definitely pick up. I'll put the Comcast thing in our show tonight. Otherwise, they're going to actually monetize me. Unbelievable. The cancer verdict, $2 billion verdict. Yes, we got that story too. Jury returns a $2 billion verdict against Monsanto for a couple who had cancer, non-Hodgkin's lymphoma. So this is going to be whittled down to something. It was in Oakland, the verdict. It included $55 million in compensatory damages to the couple and $2 billion in punitive damages. It's a clear statement. It's as clear of a statement as you can get that they need to change what they're doing, one of the plaintiff's attorneys said. You know, this is going to be interesting because if the judge overrules this, and I doubt it's the same judge, but if the judge overrules this and this $2 billion verdict, like they did with the $189 million verdict, you can understand it's going to get harder and harder for them to continue buying judges to drop their verdicts, because they are clearly buying judges, Monsanto, Bayer, in my opinion. But you can, you know, take it from there. I believe they are. So you believe that Doris Day had tap water at her fluoride toxicity? Peggy Lipton died of chemtrail poisoning? And Jim Fowler, septic shock due to the high levels of GMOs in his blood? I don't know, psychobehavior, you may be onto something there. Yeah, that's actually a possibility in all those cases. Peggy Lipton died recently. She was died of cancer, and she was in the Mod Squad. And she's a really pretty woman. James Fowler was the Wild World of Animals. He passed away too. But Peggy Lipton, I grew up with her in the Mod Squad. She was quite a looker, yeah. And she was in Twin Peaks as well, I guess, yeah. She did a few roles. Yeah, there's Peggy Lipton. And there's the Mod Squad. Wow, that was her at a young age. Wow. Very fun and wild period of time, like late 60s this came out. All right, we're done with that. Well, you know, I can dislike George Soros and Kissinger and still dislike the Zionist elite, because they're both Zionist elitists. So just dislike Zionism and then you're fine. Unlike Biden and unlike Trump, I'm not a Zionist. Okay, just trimming through the news here, trying to get down to what really matters. Yeah, Duterte is offering 42,000 guns to his people, to kill criminals. I find that funny. Doris Day, what a fantastic personality she was. Very reclusive toward the end of her life, living secretly in Carmel. I think she kind of like hid her face when she went to market at 3 in the morning.
Hello? Morning, Miss Mara. This is Rex.
Morning, Miss Mara. This is Rex. Yeah. Hey, Rex. Yeah, Rock Hudson and Doris Day. The good days. Someday we'll be looking back on the good times when we used to play the Michelle Obama video dancing with her penis hanging out. Remember the good old days when we used to play Michelle Obama's penis pictures? Yeah. I know. It's a shocker. It happens. And nothing was revealed. No nudity was revealed. It was completely safe. And no one got sick, except for the sickos that were in the White House. All right, we're going to move into the net result again. I'm going to get rid of this ad. China is raising tariffs on 60 billion of U.S. goods starting June 1st, triggering a slump in the stock market, a significant drop in the Dow Jones average. 617 points down today. Dump Trump. Yep. So that's all happening. Yeah. That's the ticket. Just got to get rid of some things here. There are some cities that are going up against Face ID technology. San Francisco is one of them. It's going to be illegal to actually use your facial identity in the state, or the city rather. San Francisco is on track to become the first U.S. city to ban the use of facial recognition by police and other city agencies, reflecting a growing backlash toward a technology that's creeping into airports, motor vehicle departments, stadiums, and home security cameras. They've been using this technology for over a decade to scan databases for suspects and prevent identity fraud. Yeah, face recognition is one of those technologies that people get how creepy it is, said Alvaro Bedoya, Georgetown University's Center on Privacy and Technology. It's not like cookies on a browser. It's like people really feel like they're being violated by facial recognition. And Iran is being threatened by Trump. He's going after he claims that Iran had something to do with the sabotaged oil tankers, the Saudi Arabian oil tankers. So Trump says they're not going to be happy. So what does that mean? We shall see. Last week we saw pictures of a drone, an Iranian drone, flying over the USS Eisenhower in our show. Remember that? That was scary. Yeah, so they've got drones that literally could fly over the USS Eisenhower undetected. Who knows if they could be weaponized? I don't know, but our country has got very little defenses, it seems, when it comes to something as simple as a drone flying over the USS Eisenhower. So let me see if I can pull something up off the news. Yeah, Iran Guard used a drone to monitor the USS Eisenhower in the Persian Gulf, according to a report. This came out last week. So here Trump is threatening Iran, and Iran has a greater capability than we're aware of, obviously, of just landing, right on top of, or just floating right on top of the USS Eisenhower undetected. Cute. Iran releases video alleging encounter with the carrier. Associated Press. Yeah, I don't have the video here, but yeah. It's out there. The story's out there. So do we really have the defenses we need to really launch a war against Iran right now? Hey, Victory for Cake. Hi. Welcome to the show. Well, if we did try to carpet bomb Iran, and there's a couple ways of doing that, they do have 9 missile factories and way more than just Scud missiles. It's not like Hamas firing into Tel Aviv. It would be a huge underestimate of the potential we have in countering Iran, because they have an underground city constructed beneath the ground in Tehran. Do we have an underground city in any one of our cities? Maybe we do. Maybe we don't. I don't know. But they have a civil defense system unparalleled in the world, Iran does. If they are attacked at any time, they're going into, a major retaliatory response mode, and they have defenses. So just lightly saying you're going to attack Iran is absurd. This shows you how completely incompetent this guy is, and how he's not leading us toward peace. Trump is leading us toward war. I think that's pretty obvious. It doesn't take a real deep look at this to say, yeah, Trump is destabilizing things. So start to realize that if you're a big supporter of Donald Trump, and realize that this guy is essentially just owned by Russia. And he'll do whatever Putin wants him to do. That puts our nation at danger. And his behavior is reckless and childlike. What we need is a stability and a solid view of what's going on, a clear view, not some topsy-turvy, methamphetamine-brained idea, leftist concept like Beto O'Rourke. I don't know if he's on meth, but he certainly acts like it. And all these other people who are on the Democrats, 24 of them, that are completely unhinged and want communism and socialism all over the place and want your tax dollars. I'm not like that. We actually have a concept called hybrid capitalism, which is a very, very effective way of getting the government to get a return on investment without having unfair advantage, which is what socialism is. And I don't want socialism. I'd rather have hybrid capitalism. All right, let's move back to the next stage in this nonsense. I'm just sorry for the loss of a great actress, Doris Day, and a singer. There she was in her heyday. She was quite old at this point. I think she was like 70 or something. All right. This is a CNN post I have on yeah, I don't want to play it. It's just too biased. So we do talk about things like the 5G network and how we'd like to make it safer and how there are potential dangers because they haven't really studied the dangers of 5G. I'm of the belief that 5G network is no different than, in some ways, to directed energy weapons like these. This is a microwave weapon that was developed as a tool to destroy cities. And the government has this capability. It may have been used in the Paradise fires. We don't know. These photographs were from California during that time period. But the 5G network is so dangerous because it's got so much copper wire in it that is unneeded. And I'm trying to figure out why we even need a 5G network. So I'm urging us to make a safe, EMP safe one. Electromagnetic pulses are potentially dangerous. So why not do everything we can to make this 5G network safe if they are going to build it? And we know that Huawei is pushing very hard to build theirs in Asia. But let's make it safe. That's my point. Let's put limiters on the junction boxes so that they can't surge energy through it and turn it into a microwave weapon. It's a conspiracy theory, but it has some valid points behind it. She was a wonderful person, yes, Froggy, and I never got a chance to meet Doris Day, but yeah, like I said earlier, she did Doris Day did an album with her deceased son's audio clips. Right. Let's see if I can find it somewhere. My Heart Unreleased 1980s recordings of her son. Yes, she took that and she pieced it together with some music. Now, Terry Melcher, as I said earlier, was at the heart of the Manson investigation because it was Terry Melcher's former house that Sharon Tate lived in. And it was Terry Melcher that made offers of stardom to Charles Manson, according to the Manson family. That he was so upset that he was not famous, Charles was, the late Charles Manson, but he sent the girls and Tex Watson out to go after Terry Melcher, and he wasn't there. Sharon Tate, her pregnant woman, was there along with a few others, and they all died. Some poor pizza delivery guy was beheaded. He had his head taken off. But Terry Melcher died of cancer in 2007, I believe. Anyway, she had unreleased 1980s recording sessions produced by her son that she had, I don't know if she ever made any video or any audio of it. I'll have to look into that, find out more. Yeah, there you have it. There you be. Misanthropy took off for the night. Yeah, he's probably involved with that woman. Yeah, you can't always, have the reigning cynic in the show. It's nice to have. I mean, admittedly, he's fun to have with us, but you don't always get what you want in this world. You know what I'm saying? Huh. So Laura Ingraham, the reigning conservative, is now coming out with this, Trump's the man, he's doing the right thing with China. She's calling this a win for America. Trump, the cleanup man, Ingraham says, President wisely using tariffs to punish China. Wow. Meanwhile, the stock market's tanking, and she's out there claiming what a great guy Trump is. Wow, yeah, what a wonderful guy. Who doesn't like Trump? Jeez. And we have pictures of Laura Ingraham. Let me show you one of them. Pretty intense. Watch this.
God bless you and God bless the United States of America.
She's literally Zig Heiling. Yeah. Isn't that hilarious? She's Zig Heiling. Talk about the conservative. Republicans have become Nazis, and the Democrats or the Democrats have become commies. And it doesn't even matter because it all joins in the middle at the top. The elitists, they don't care what ideology you have, communist or Nazi, whatever. It doesn't matter to them. You can be Muslim and still be bought off. They just like money. So all these political movements are bought off. And this news just came in tonight. Breaking news, 5 dead, 1 missing after float planes carrying cruise goers collide in Alaska. Very unusual, rare collision in the Ketchikan area of Alaska. You rarely see these guys really know what they're doing, except I guess they got a little too comfortable. And Barr is assigning a U.S. attorney in Connecticut to review origins of the Russian inquiry. This is ridiculous. Barr is wasting time. Barr needs to respond to the contempt charges he has against him. And if he doesn't, he'll have a felony charge, and they'll have to pursue a criminal case against him. And Nancy Pelosi gave a full-throated defense of Rashida Tlaib after Trump and Republicans called her a Holocaust comments anti-Semitic. Well, Pelosi's got a lot of problems with the hard left. These people are mouthing off left and right. Good luck, Nancy. And this was a weird story. A knife-wielding killer on the Appalachian Trail is the stuff of literal nightmares. This guy is wielding a machete, and he ended up hitting one guy, killed him, and then the woman managed to escape with machete cuts on her body and walk 6 miles to safety. Can you imagine being macheted and running away from somebody in 6 miles just to get to safety? What the hell kind of person would do that? In the middle of the Appalachian Trail. Just starts hacking away people on the trail. He was acting disturbed and unstable. You think? Police arrest man for deadly machete attack on the Appalachian Trail. 30-year-old James Jordan attacked 4 hikers at the George Washington and Jefferson National Forest, killing one and severely injuring another. It's unbelievable. He was acting disturbed and unstable. Yeah, I think it's safe to say he was nuts.
Yep. All right, sorry, I didn't.
No, I'm good. I'm just going to go back, get some din-din. I think I'm done there. Okay, I'll be back to finalize the show in about 15 to 20, 30 minutes. All right. Oh, Jagger's doing better. I saw a picture of him with his daughter. Here it is. He had heart surgery. He's feeling a lot better. Let me show you a candid picture of him there. There he is with his daughter, taken just a few days ago. The 5-year-old was donning jeans, looking very slender, and it looks like he has a fresh outlook on life there. Look at that. He might be on the circuit till he's 100 with the heart surgery if successful. He'll be rocking out till he's 100 with that heart surgery. Yeah. Oh, and we had this story. Let me tell you about this, Sarah. This is one of our viewers Frankie lives in Germany, and talk about government over expenditure. The Berlin airport was originally slated at like $1.5 billion, and they were going to build this Berlin airport. They haven't built it. Many years later, they still haven't built it. It's now up to $7.5 billion. And there's no end in sight. They don't know when they're ever going to open it. Contractors didn't do their jobs. The construction was shoddy. It's like got all kinds of things. So Germany's a case of socialism gone awry. It really is. I was surprised to hear about it. But the Berlin airport is still a huge disgrace for Germany. They just can't build it. They can't seem to make it happen. All that money.
Wow, well, guestified guesties, but linked to some sightseeing airplanes in Alaska collided together. They're looking out the window, I guess not paying attention. Or, you know, it could be like they do have some pretty harrowing conditions up in Alaska. Killing some people on board. Wow. Northeast of Ketchikan. At least 3 people were killed. 2 sightseeing airplanes carrying cruise ship tourists collided in mid-air on Monday. 3 others remain missing. They were float planes. They collided under unknown circumstances. Float planes have pontoons mounted under the fuselage so they can land on water. Both planes are submerged in water. One is believed to be in a lake and the others in the ocean. 11 people inside were inside Taquan Air's single engine de Havilland Otter DHC-3 when it went down. 10 of the 11 were taken to the Ketchikan hospital. There is 1 victim in critical condition, 3 are in serious condition, 6 are in fair condition, and they don't say what happened to the 11th. They were off the cruise ship Royal Princess, and they were on sightseeing flights, one of which was operated by Taquan Air. The 3 people who died were among 5 aboard the second plane, a single-engine de Havilland DHC-2 Beaver. Neither aircraft were under air traffic control at the time, the FAA said. Yeah, it doesn't seem like there's many people in there chatting. I'm glad, Meta-Nemesis, you're chatting. Thank you. Thank you very much. And Misanthropy's back and laughing? I don't know if that's a laughing matter. Okay, and then you have another link. Ivan the Terrible has a link from North Korea's long-range strike drills. It's like, they're back doing the same stuff. Is it worth me reading that article? Not really. Never mind, I won't go into your issues why you think that's funny. Alright, shall I look at the news? That's probably all there is to talk about this news. Or I could just talk about my life, but, you know, the news is probably much more exciting than my life. Have you ever thought about death? I am teaching. I don't teach about death, but a couple of my teaching friends died this year. It seems to have been a very sad year. So I went to 2 memorial services. There was a third for another fellow teacher. I felt like I didn't know him as well as the other two. That's it's made me think a lot, like, what would I want my memorial service to be like? Of course, I'd want all of you would be welcome to attend, but I can't imagine people like, oh, I'm going to go to the memorial service of somebody I knew online. But if you're like Bingo says, Sarah, we spend more time with David than you do, then you might want to come to if something were to happen. So you'd love to meet Kim Jong-un like Dennis Rodman did? What's a sign to let David sell the house and move? I don't know if I do want to sell this house. I love it here. David and I were just talking yesterday because there weren't any jets flying on Sunday. So we're just like, we did a little work outside. Yeah, I can tell you about my weekend, I guess. We did a little work outside. I've been working in the gardens a lot, and I was like, oh, there's this plant growing underneath the deck. And normally I would just like chop it off. Like, I think that's a native plant, like the plants that we're planting in my native plant garden at school. I think it's a plant called a kinnikinick. Well, I think it is a kinnikinick, but then I don't know. But I'm going to look up a kinnikinick plant and see if it is a kinnikinick. Anyway, I reached under the deck and I was pulling out the kinnikinick. Some put CK, but oh no, yeah. You see they have red berries. I really do think it's a kinnikinick. Because right now, this is what it looks like. I know it's kinnikinick. This is it. Oh wait, not that one. I don't know what that is. It has these like little white berries. Or these little, they're white now, but they'll turn red. Bearberry, I guess it's known as, maybe. This is what I have, what it looks like right now. But it's a taller than that. My friend said, are you sure you didn't have a boxwood? So now I have to look up that and see what that looks like. No, it's not a boxwood. It is definitely not that. It is definitely a kinnikinick. But it's a beautiful, oh yeah, totally. It's a beautiful plant. That's going to be pretty. And the ones that we planted so far are like these little, it was striving for light underneath. Yeah, definitely. It was striving for light underneath the deck. Well, they didn't even see it. They were just, I've told them I brought it and put it in the garden. They're the ones that told me about kinnikinick. And anyway, they, sometimes people just want to correct me. That's true. Oh, definitely. Yeah, because it's there. I said it looks like it has little white berry things on it, but it's not. Those are the petals. It'll turn red later. Because she said, "Oh, it's white berries, not red berries." you might not have a kinnikinnick. And I'm like, no, I do know. Anyway, I carefully dug it out, and I, yeah, because it totally looks like that. All right, and then I put it in a pot. I didn't get the whole taproot, but I got a good chunk of it, so hopefully it'll grow its roots back and do things like that. Hello, Cookie. Well, she was Yetta Telebenda over at iVlog, and she wanted to see if more people were chatting over in Vaughn. Why does that confuse you? Kinnikinnick is the longest palindrome. You can spell it the same backwards and forwards. It's a little bit like that one, but yeah, it'll be nice. Definitely. Yep. So, anyway, moving on. Another thing that we did. I know, it seems like you really like him. I do have a garden, and I am growing lots of things. So in addition to our kinnikinnick, we're actually at school, I count it as my garden. What is his country? Misanthropy. Anyway, I'm also growing, we've got Shasta daisies growing, and another one of my favorite that's in bloom right now. Oh, it's beautiful. I should take some pictures of it. No, oop, that's not the pictures I want. Yes. These are such, I think this is turning back, and I'm like, that's my favorite flower. And then I'm like, but that's my favorite flower. And that's my favorite flower. So here's a flower that's in bloom right now. These are called columbine. And I have like, they're so unique. I should take a picture of the ones that I have blooming. I love this, like, they have this double petal effect where one petal on the inside is like a light color and then the outside is a darker color. It would be cool to see them. That's good. Oh, he's from Israel? That's pretty cool, Misanthropy. I don't know if I have purple ones. Some of them are like really small and purple, kind of like, and they grow like this where it's like they're shooting down. But then there's other ones like, I don't think I have blue ones. I have like pink ones. And then some of them are like just together. Yeah, columbine. That's a really pretty flower, and that is kind of like this one. That is flowering in our garden right now. Oh, just today in our garden. And then there's this flower, I don't know what it's called. There's these beautiful red flowers coming off of it. And then just today, I saw, our red poppy is growing, and it's like this beautiful red poppy just started to bloom. And then I should take some pictures. Maybe everyone with 185 IQ is a bit narcissistic. So we restored a native plant garden, and part of the reason we did that is because the trees were stressed from the drought that's been going on, and the native plants are drought resistant and they will thrive in the drought resistant area, and they'll help the other plants too. Provides an undergrowth. So we have salal that we planted. I should take a picture. I should just pull up these things. So salal, it like grows in the forest area near trees. And then we planted Kinnikinnick. I already told you that one. We planted red flowering currant. Oh, that's going to be pretty when it grows up. Ours are just seedlings right now, but red flowering currant, so that will attract hummingbirds and things like that. Okay, for some reason all of Sam Vaknin's interviews start on one subject and they completely end up on a completely different subject halfway through, just like you. Okay, can I just get we're also planting Nootka rose. Those will be pretty when they bloom. Yep. Are you happy I'm doing start page now?
Yes.
And what else? Oh, we planted an Indian plum tree. It's kind of like that. I wonder if we'll actually get plums from them. I don't know. And then also some Gary oaks. Thank you, Miss Anthropy. I love Gary Oaks. See how like they're... Oh, this group came and talked to us, our Gary Oaks Society. How they're like, they just have this beautiful gnarled look in the winter. You're right, start page does work nicely. Good job being the change you want to see in the world. You wanted me to search safely. All right, so hopefully we'll eventually have a little grove of Gary Oaks. They can live to be hundreds of years old. So my students' grandchildren will see them. Notice I didn't say my grandchildren because I don't plan on having children, so I wouldn't have grandchildren. We have a cool big leaf maple in our native plant garden. It's almost like this one, but they cut the center out and then it started growing around it. So the kids like to crawl up into the center of it, which is pretty fun and funny. Oh, that's cool. Nice. You've spent a night making your own custom CSS for a start page. That's pretty cool. I like that. Okay.
You're looking at leaves?
I was showing him kind of the plants that I was planting and how I told him about the Kinnikinnick.
Oh, Kinnikinnick, yeah.
That I found, that we found.
Did you plant it yet, or?
No, I still left it in there.
In the chair? In your car?
No, I left it in the bucket, but I put it in the garden and I gave it some water today.
Oh, okay. Well, as long as it gets used to that dirt, it'll grow there, and then you can plant it
It's definitely Kinnickinnick.
Kinnickinnick.
Because my friend,
yeah.
I said it was like white berry looking things. And she's like, are you sure it's not boxwood? Because Kinnickinnick berries are red. So they'll eventually turn red. But see, in the spring, they're white. And so I'm like, no, that's definitely Kinnickinnick. I was just verifying.
Wow.
Yeah. Anyway, that was pretty cool. And then David and I, good job, David. We got rid of a Scotch broom plant.
Yeah, we did. The predatory plant was growing outside, and the city didn't do anything to deal with it. So Sarah and I got out yesterday with the shovels and started, this thing was like as big as the screen, fills the screen here on the highway. And
these things, they're so horrible.
They just grow. They're predators. They're predatory plants. And the root was so deep that we had to go out and get all the tools I have. I've got a long bar, an 80-pound long bar. An 80-pound long bar. I went into the root, and then I pried it over with a lever against a shovel, and I got it out a little of the root. And then we took a pickaxe. And
it is amazing. David was working so hard on this big Scotch broom thing.
We got it, and then we burned it.
Yeah, we got it and burned it because we don't want it to spread.
Yeah.
Because it's actually like it can affect a lot of people's allergies, and it's actually like a noxious weed.
Many people think it looks pretty, but it is dangerous, and they spread
I know.
like wildfire.
They sometimes like here, like you could see in this picture, like they literally the highway crew will actually plant it along the side of the highway. It's horrible.
It is. I
didn't even know it was horrible until I started working I went to work as a teacher, and I was helping in this environmental maybe he got me started. Actually, I think it was really my grandpa got me started.
Yeah, your grandpa.
But this one teacher I was helping out in his classroom, and he took the kids outside, and he's like, we got to get rid of this Scotch broom.
So you picked all the weeds in your yard, and people were mad because the entire yard was filled with weeds, and now it looks barren. Yeah, the weeds were actually the only decoration in an area like California where you have no greenery. You welcome the weeds. I have lovely weeds out in my yard.
I know, because I know
they're greenery.
How that feels, because there's like nothing green other than weeds.
Well, I left the stove on, so your dinner's
there.
there.
Goodness, I've got to go eat. Bye.
Bye. Thanks so much for your help, Sarah.
Thank you.
Awesome. Sarah is so kind to give us some time in the evening before she goes to bed. Thank you. Oh, yes. They're out in the mass. Bye, Sarah. Yeah, it was quite a fire we had, and it was a good time because we're right at the edge of summertime coming on, and I don't want to have fires during the summer. It's dangerous. But it's drying out. It's finally drying out up here. Applesauce. So big win for Roundup antagonists, people that dislike Roundup and glyphosate and Monsanto and Bayer. $2 billion jury verdict will be doled out. I just don't believe it'll happen. There's no way this is going to happen. I think the judge will reduce the $2 billion down to $2 million by the time they're done. They'll barely have enough money to buy a Jack in the Box burger for two. Boy, we're learning a lot about plants. That's great. In that devastating accident up in Ketchikan. Yeah. You know, the best thing to do is to travel online. And what I do whenever I'm, really bored, I'll just go to Zillow.com and look at houses, and it's very entertaining. I don't know if you ever enjoyed looking at places around the world, but well, people don't have a lot to talk about in misanthropy. We've been worn out from Donald Trump. Yeah, he wears people out because of his bipolar behavior. People just don't even want to talk about politics. It's kind of like we're not going anywhere with it, you know? So let's just talk about houses and where you're going to buy your house in Texas. Yeah, we're going to go out to Kerrville. See what I can find in Kerrville, Texas. Well, I think maybe you get a deal. You can actually get permit-free property out there. Not in Kerrville per se, but there's let me look at permit-free property here. We saw a video the other night. Somebody said Misanthropy should be seeing this. It was about a guy who built a tiny house in vacant land in Texas. I don't know, vacant lot in rural Texas. It's ideal for a small hunting cabin. Does the law in Texas allow me to build a tiny house and put it on my land? Doesn't matter whether I build it on a permanent foundation as opposed to bringing in a trailer with wheels. Let's take a look. No, I don't want a money-saving coupon. Thank you. In comparison to most other states, it's relatively easy to place a tiny house on rural land in Texas. Yep. This is due to, in large part, to the fact that counties in Texas tend to not have the authority to enforce zoning regulations. That said, there are still regulations you must comply with when building a tiny house in Texas, since every county and every parcel of land is different. You need to do some specific site-specific research to make sure your tiny house is lawful on your lot. But Texas counties typically have a limited zoning authority. So this guy built place. This guy built a place on 10 acres or 20, 30 acres of land. Anything over 3 acres, you don't need a permit up to 1,000 square feet. So he could build a 1,000 square foot house on a footprint like a barn, and then you go from there to an actual house, 2-story. You could have 2,000 square feet, you know, 2-story building and not have to have a permit, which is very attractive. You know, you could pretty much have a whole house out there in the middle of nowhere. Dave, there's a guy on iBlog casting a rebroadcast of your show, but he's putting a floating, making commentary laughing at you. Oh yeah, they do that all the time. Yeah, we rely on that as part of our, we use negative advertising to break through the censorship. You gotta understand there's so much censorship against us in the mainstream media that I have actually utilized negative attention, which I'm completely unaware of. I can't possibly know what's going on around me at any given time. And I think that's great that my name's out there, even if it has a ball sack over my face. Remember, we got these people to deal with. Yeah, any advertising is better than no advertising. Thank you. They're the fool, thinking it's funny to make fun of me. All right, let's see what we got here. No map. Map. Yeah, I'm not getting anything. How about Amarillo? Yeah, up to $20,000 in Amarillo. Wow, that's like city time. You know, you got $3,000 out there for 7,000 square feet. All right, let's bring it in. Bring it on in here. Yeah, see, here's like a strip of land you could buy. You know, it says 7,000 square foot property for $3,000. Just one of many, many out there in the Amarillo area, outskirts of Amarillo. So you're near a big city, so it's not that bad. You know what I like about Amarillo? It's you're near the panhandle at the top of the state. And it gives you a certain sense that you could get right into the groove and go across country at any time, you know? Because frankly, Amarillo is on the way across country if you take that road. It's pretty nice, yeah. So open land out there, middle of Texas. Texas, it's what's for dinner. Yeah, 3,000 is decent. Do you want that link? And this way you can meet up with Meta Nemesis, because you live in Texas, and build him a tiny house, and then out near his parents, and then you could live in it as a home base while you set up your next tiny house out there in the middle of Texas. This is a 1-bedroom, 1-bath, 576 square feet out in Texas. Let's take a look at the street view. That's a decent neighborhood. Sure, yeah. Hey, the streets are better off than the ones back east, you got less cracks. And less crackheads, too. You're in Texas now, boy. You got less crackheads and less cracks in the road. And you're in the best, greatest state in the whole union, Texas. That's what they say in Texas. Everything's great and better and greater than Texas. No, I think the entire nation's kind of reached the skid pattern where you're starting to skid. You used to have traction. The country had a direction we were going in. We had a rudder that could guide us. Now we have Donald Trump. Dun, 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 dun. It's like he's not really happening. Yeah. But whatever. There are a lot of people who think he's smart, like Donald Trump thinks he's smart.
Is Donald Trump an intellectual? Trust me, I'm like a smart person. I went to the best colleges, or college. I went to Wharton. I had a situation where I was a very excellent student. I'm a person that very strongly believes in academics. I was a nice student. I have a very good brain.
Unbelievable. Yeah. Playing a little of that, a little of this. Kind of bring us back to the good old days. But I think we've reached a skid pattern in the road of bad news. And we're kind of skidding along here at this point, watching the numbnut idiot, the brazen numbnut idiot, disassemble of the country while the Democrats can't seem to put together a case against him. Not because there's not enough evidence, but because they can't seem to side with any one particular position. I think Nancy Pelosi and Adam Schiff are working for George Soros. I believe that the connection there is so strong that their AIPAC is keeping anyone from going after the Russian oligarch connection to Donald Trump. I think our country is being ripped apart from both sides by the same people. Zionist-controlled AIPAC and Zionist-controlled Russian oligarchs. AIPAC pulling mostly from the left and Donald, because Donald kisses their ass here, but also the Russian oligarchs owning the election and controlling the outcome. Well, isn't that super special? Yeah, we were talking about Pizzagate earlier, but I didn't really elaborate beyond showing you a picture of James Alefantis in a family photograph of the Rothschilds. Yeah, what is James Alefantis of Common Pizza doing in this photo of the family of Rothschilds? Why are the Rothschilds deceiving the world by having people in their family change their names? I mean, I'm certainly not a Rothschild, I can assure you. If I were, I'd buy my way to the top of the media and I'd be owning your political system. But then again, that would be the easy way. Now, what if someone had a bet with someone that it could be done by appealing to the people, the masses? Maybe someone could somehow reach out and grab their attention, enlighten the useless eaters, the daily crappers, to the reality that their daily life will be vastly different under the New World Order. Is this a real person or is he a reptile? I assure you, there is no one who can do this except for David Spaldheim, the only person in the world. I believe that he is the one. He is, to me, what Neo was to Morpheus in The Matrix. Not an endorsement of Jacob Rothschild. In no way was his face or name used indiscreetly. Diversity, what do you got? Ah, yes. Here's diversity. Let's take a look. This is going to require some brain power, so please allocate 1,340 ergs of energy to think this through. Circle of diversity. We demand to be included in your space to make it more diverse and inclusive. We demand you change this space to our liking in and ban stuff that offends us. We demand you be kicked out of this space we created since you offended us. And finally, LOL, if you hate us, why not just make your own space? That's very funny, man. You are right on with that meme. That is very inspiring. I really was very impressed by that. Well, why are you acting so calm? I don't know. Maybe it's the lithium and the fluoride in my water system. Oh, is that why you're calm? Hello, I'm not Biden's son. No, Bo Biden was a wonderful guy. He's passed away. Yes, I know I look a lot like Bo Biden. People say, David, are you Bo Biden? Were you reincarnated? The answer is no. Bo Biden would have had to have plastic surgery and dye his hair blonde in order to still be alive. But he did tell his dad, Joe, that he wanted him to run for president. That's the fact. And the poor Bo passed away. Now his wife, who he was married to, is having relations with his brother, Hunter, which really would piss off any man if he knew his wife was being done by his brother. Yeah. So if Bo could speak, I wonder would say, you better not shout, you better not cry, you better just do as. I don't know. I mean, it's like, I'm getting the drift. Yeah. If Bo could speak, Bo was on the phone a lot. He was talking to people. He could have had like some sort of a brain cancer related thing, like holding that cell phone next to his head might have caused brain cancer. It's possible. I know it seems like he's alive, but he's not. I think holding a cell phone next to your head is dangerous, and you should stop that. Do not hold the cell phone next to your head. Don't do as I say. Don't do as I do. Do as I say. No, this isn't a cell phone. This is not. Well, technically it is receiving information, but when you're transmitting, you don't want to hold it near your head. And I'm not the only one who said that. The director of the World Health Organization said that, but our country won't tell us that. They're kind of afraid to. They don't want anyone to know. They don't want anyone to know, because then if you knew, then you would probably not die of brain cancer like you're slated to die of brain cancer. Brain cancer is the highest number of, has the highest number of childhood deaths now among all the cancers. And, this is an ongoing problem with the radiation that's coming at us from all different directions, whether it's circuitry, digital circuitry, UV lights, radiation from electromagnetic emitting devices like cell phones. Yeah, we're surrounded by it. So how do you not realize that it's dangerous? That's the thing. It's not a bowl cut. It's a side cut, and it was not designed to be a bowl cut. I decided to go with the Dennis the Menace look tonight because I felt younger. As you know, I'm trying to reverse my age. And if I could get to the earlier days when Dennis the Menace was around, I'd be more like David the Menace, You don't remember Dennis the Menace? Well, a long time ago, there was a Dennis the Menace show, and he looked like this haircut. Case in point. This child was a famous actor, a child actor who was known as Dennis the Menace. And as you can see, his hairdo is very similar to mine right now. I know. Well, you don't have to be a boomer or boomer esiason. But this is the look I'm shooting for. I want to look like a young boy in a movie called Dennis the Menace. Gee, Mr. Wilson, where should I stick the bucket? How about on your head? Sorry. I just thought I'd throw that out there just to fill the time in between the lulls in our non-chat. Where's my rim shot? Jeez. This is worse than Shecky. Is a very close match, yeah. This is worse than Shecky Green at the Catskills. Well, at least you're not all a bunch of retirees, you know, at the nursing home waiting for the bingo number to call up. That's a big improvement. I appreciate that. The winning number is B14. Bingo! I'm having a bingo moment. I did not say rim job. That was your perverted mind with the thought in your mind that I said it. I said rim shot. But that's probably your fetish, I'm sure. In fact, according to this information I have gathered, you have visited a rim shot, rim job site 45 times in the past 2 weeks. You know, all of your porn data is open to your neighbors now. Isn't that amazing? Look, a link. Oh my gosh. Actual news. This is amazing. Yeah, your porn data is completely available to your neighbor. They can just simply call your ISP provider and have a copy of all the porn you've downloaded. You know, or at least a list of the IPs. Report: FBI finds child remains obstacle course at suspected jihad camp in Alabama. Wow, that was 2018. These guys, aren't they the CIA training unit for the jihad in America? The FBI reportedly discovered a makeshift military-style obstacle course, the remains of a child, on a plot of land in Alabama that Sinclair Media described this weekend as an abandoned dump. Sinclair Media's got some weird ties. It was owned by Siraj Ibn Wahaj, who was arrested for establishing a similar site in New Mexico. Oh, this is the same guy, yeah. They got off on the first one. They didn't get charges against him because I think they're part of a government operation to train like dissident Muslim kids to turn them into dangerous criminals. Several others in August are searched in New Mexico. Yeah, they arrested Wahaj, 2 sisters, and several others in New Mexico, where they found 3-year-old Abdul Ghani Wahaj dead, and evidence of a plot to stage jihadist attacks in the area. In March, authorities charged Siraj Ibn Wahaj, believed to own the compound, sisters Hurjara and Hamahana Hajawaj and Wahaj, all conspiracy to provide material support for terrorist attacks. A judge dropped charges against some in the group in the case of the younger Wahaj death for child abuse in August. Why would the judge drop charges? That's what's so weird. And then they start up an operation somewhere else. Good one, misanthropy. Authorities believe the adults in the New Mexico compound were training children to commit terrorist attacks and tried to exorcise, as in remove the evil spirits of Abdul Ghani Wahaj to cure his hypoxemic encephalopathy, a severe neurological condition requiring advanced medical treatment. This is just a hodgepodge of Wahaj. And all the family-related things are this has got to be some sort of a cover operation. You know? I think it's a cover operation for some deep secret, you know, like a let's pretend there's terrorist cells in America kind of thing. That's what we're worried about. Conspiracy theory always wonders about that. Yeah, who needs fiction when reality is this insane? Good point. Powered by pure coffee. Welcome. Hey, we showed you this last week. The conspiracy theory of being chemically sprayed is not really a conspiracy theory anymore. It's actually a conspiracy fact. We are being sprayed on, in case you didn't know. And there's a site that is available here. I was going to show Sarah this, but it doesn't matter. It's called teamchemtrail.com. And Scissorfight found this last week. They literally are all about wanting to spray us. Yeah. You're going to spend $500 on Ray-Bans when you could buy these for $4.99? Zippity-doo-dah, zippity-day. Well, if you want to go check out Team Chemtrail, I'll give you the link. It's really the weirdest site I've ever seen. It's like a bunch of people that spray us in planes and that they gather together to have like an online blog. And they talk about how they're going to widen the pattern of spraying and everything. We're incredibly thrilled about this next step and hope you are too. We're always open to suggestions and want your input. In the meantime, spray and pray.
This is the site you were telling me about?
Yeah. It's called Team Chemtrail. Look at that. Welcome to the ChemWorks. It's just the weirdest thing. And it was made in October 2014, so it's not a news site, but it's like their dedicated site to talk about how great this is. And
it's not new because they're probably
they're all probably suffering from respiratory failure. Yeah. Nobody's blogged on the site for 5 years because they're all probably breathing the fumes coming out of the jet engines. Thank you, Sarah, for seeing it. It's just so amazing. There you go. Catch up on your reading at teamchemtrail.com. All the metrics in this show have been designed to be exactly to the standards of the Julian Assange WikiLeaks program. Can you believe Julian Assange didn't even make a statement or anything? He just kind of his head bounced along in that video that was so fake of him being removed from the and he hasn't been seen since. I mean, what's going on with Julian Assange? I still think that it's a PR division of WikiLeaks is PR for the NSA and CIA. David, they were all suicide in a plane? Who? Team Chemtrail? Yeah, they haven't posted in 5 years. Supposedly he's being drugged. Oh, really? I didn't know. Yeah, Prince talked about chemtrails in an interview. Did you see the interview? I did. Would you like me to access that file? One moment, please. Accessing file. Beep. Play it. Well, of course. Why wouldn't I? It's very important to everybody that we hear from Prince. I mean, who wouldn't want to hear about Prince? What about John F. Kennedy and how he prophesized what was going on when he talked about how they're going to use weather control over our heads? I believe that was the other thing he was mentioning too. We will go to the moon in this decade and do the other thing.
Mr. President, honored delegates, ladies and gentlemen, we shall propose further cooperative efforts between all the nations in weather prediction and eventually in weather control. We shall propose, finally, a global systems of communication satellites linking the whole world in telegraph and telephone and radio and television. The day need not be far away when such a system will televise the proceedings of this body to every corner of the world for the benefit of peace.
Kennedy was talking about weather control with confidence. In April of the previous year, the Tyros satellite had been launched from Cape Canaveral.
Oh yeah, and they had plans to do a lot too. Yes. Prince.
First. Tell me about Dreamer.
Oh, well, when I saw the State of the Black Union, Dick Gregory really moved me and a lot of my friends. I show it to everybody that comes over the house, especially white folks, because they need to hear that, you know, so that they know more about all of us. Because what he said affects all of us. He said something that really hit home about this phenomena of chemtrails. And, you know, when I was a kid, I used to see these trails in the sky all the time. And, oh, that's cool. A jet just went over. And then you started to see a whole bunch of them.
Yeah.
And next thing you know, everybody in your neighborhood was fighting and arguing, and you didn't know why.
And then you're laying down, suffering from a fentanyl overdose after speaking on this program with Tavis Smiley. You see how this whole thing went down? Yeah, Prince did this right before his death, where he's laying on the ground from a fentanyl overdose. It's like they didn't want anyone to talk about it, especially somebody as prominent as Prince. Now, I started talking about this in 2009, 2010. We started discussing chemtrails, and I got more serious as I went along. I even went out and created a website called chemtrailparty.com where you can find out more. I'm about ready to update that site too. I got to get in there and do that. But chemtrailparty.com has pretty much what's going on. We're being sprayed on a daily basis for weather modification, weather warfare. They want to create things like droughts, especially in California, weaken the property values. They can create hurricanes, wiping out Florida, Texas, costing our country billions of dollars. And then beyond that, it depletes oxygen. Oxygen photosynthesis doesn't take place because light is blocked with chemtrails. And of course, it is toxic, and they've done very little peer-reviewed studies. David Keith openly admitted that it's going to kill hundreds of thousands of people, and they still went ahead and did his idea. This crazed geoengineer named David Keith, who talked about dumping chemicals in the air, $10 billion a year, to somehow mitigate global warming, which is absurd. The whole theory is completely upside down. Putting chemicals in the air to clean the air? I mean, what? It does not affect them at all. They live underground. Oh, everyone, most of the people who have a significant amount of assets live underground now. Very few people live above the earth. You surface dwellers have to deal with that reality. Is it safe for you to talk about? I don't have any government affiliation. I've never done anything. All these shows have just been discussing things that are in the news. I've never been, I'm not like Alex Jones. I'm not on a payroll, so I don't have to worry about connections to anybody. And most of these people who are aware of me don't really think I'm a big threat to anyone. They've got me pretty much corralled into a small area on the internet, they think. Yes. Well, whatever Attorney General Barr does to pursue the Obamas is irrelevant, because his contempt citation is moving forward, and your Attorney General, William Barr, will be charged with a felony soon and will be going to jail, ironically. You really saw a guy, while you're walking and talking to them, that they turned reptilian right in front of you? Yeah, well, Eric Holder didn't, he used executive privilege. William Barr doesn't have that luxury. He is on record stating that he protected Michael Flynn from investigation, which is completely complicit with the Russians. William Barr has on record a 19-page letter to Rod Rosenstein that's fully public that shows complicity in this case to prevent access to obstruction charges and information about Michael Flynn, a known Russian agent. That's implicating enough for us to charge felonies espionage against William Barr. Felony espionage as well as obstructing in the election, which by saying there's no obstruction, that's clearly obstruction, isn't it? Hello? Ding, ding, ding. Is everybody retarded? I don't know. Gee, I don't know, Dave. Everyone seems kind of stupid. I know. There's more than enough evidence right now to convict Donald Trump of multiple charges. Collusion, conflict of interest, obstruction, you name it. But I don't want to stress on that subject right now. It's seemingly a less important issue as Donald Trump disassembles our entire country's relations with China. You have been removed from the show. So what exactly happened? Their eyes turned into like an alien? China is not the worst enemy. We've got bigger problems with Russia. The people that paid you all that money. Yeah, the 4 million you got threatening my life, according to you. Yeah, they're believe me, China is not a big problem. Russia is meddling. China has a huge economy. They have lots of trade with us. The group that wins with a China trade war would be Russia, because their economy is small in comparison. It would love to take down the two strongest economies in the world, wouldn't it? Hello? Yeah, China could be eating anybody's lunch. It's not going to affect us directly. Most of us have scaled back our purchasing, so yeah, we may have to buy a product made in Singapore as opposed to China. Oh well, it's not going to be that big of an impact. I'm not that concerned about the tariffs. I think that we have to become a more insulated economy either way. It's a win-win. I also made this point last weekend on our Sustainable Saturday show that the less trade we have, the less pollution is produced. Yeah. So that's actually a win side to this whole thing. And you get to start thinking about, preparing for survival in the urban terrain. This retrofitted Jeep with a huge tent is fully constructible upon locating at the specific location of your bug out. When you arrive at your bug out location, you can then create the ultimate survival scenario for you and your family. Well, there is. It's called robotics. Robotics to the win. Slaves are no longer needed. Your daily workload is completely alleviated with robots. People like Jeff Bezos are already getting ready to fire his entire procurement department. No more procurement from humans. They will be robots. And they will take over the world. Yes. Okay, if they really believe that by cutting off of China's economy, we're somehow going to win, that's a nice concept. Good luck. Again, Trump is helping Russia by hating China. Another example, he hates NATO. NATO is Russia's biggest enemy. Donald Trump hates NATO. Donald Trump did not impose any sanctions on Russia over the past 2 years, hardly at all. 3 different things, major things, he's already done for Russia. I don't support slave labor. I support people enjoying the luxury of living. Enjoying hybrid capitalism will be the way to kick back and work less and receive money from the government just sitting there being, unemployed. I employ 2 people in case the first one disappears. But no, we've got all kinds of plans to give people jobs, like the Civilian Conservation Corps. Yeah, I call it the CCC. That's the original name. I talked about this recently. A lot of people are kind of unable to get a focus. They don't know where they're going to go. And a lot of people are wondering where they're going to go when their parents die, or what's going to happen when their life, when they no longer can live with their mom and dad. Well, this is going to be one way that you can actually see nature and live in a natural environment in a little bungalow that will provide everybody living environments and work in our new Civilian Conservation Corps. What I plan on doing is phasing out the existing Park Service, which is way overpriced, and bring on more jobs at a lower price that'll help more young people evolve into conservation care experts, as opposed to Park Service rangers with a 4-year degree. This is open to people with high school diplomas, and you won't have to take a civil service exam to even get into the program. It'll be a handshake with the American people who really want a place to live and to be with nature. Because you know what America has in spades? We have nature. That's right. Oh yeah. Ohio middle school closes after radioactive materials were detected. Yep. I wouldn't doubt it. You know, they closed a school recently with that 5G tower that was emitting radiation, causing deaths among the kids. They found radioactive material detected inside and outside the school. The Scioto Valley Local District decided to close Zons Corner Middle School after enriched uranium was detected inside of it. Neptunium-237 was detected. What the heck? Nothing about where this place was and why it would be detected. That is weird. Ooh. No, I don't know. I think they found radioactive uranium. Idiocracium. It's a rare element. It's right next to craniectomousness and lobotomosisness. Yeah, well, thank you. Your bottom line is your whole system is set up so that you basically will fail. They say 65% of the population is $500 away from living on the street. That's how bad the world has become. And there are no safety nets for people, and this is a safety net, if you want it. We'd also have the mobile medical units, the mobile service units for people who are going to be living in tent cities. These are units that could be servicing people for health care, and we just add an S to the middle here called a mobile service unit. Provides showers, washers and dryers, mobile bathrooms. But we have to do something. We can't just sit here and ignore the problem like the Democrats, Republicans are doing. We're going to be screwed, all of us. And I assure you, this is your warning. Right now, with the economy still kind of faltering, without real strong direction in any one area, because Trump is at the helm, this babbling child, we have a kind of a wayward future. We have to prepare ourselves for some serious tasks ahead. We offer $500 a month for all U.S. adult citizens. If Andrew Yang wins the nomination for the Democratic Party, I will up it to $1,010 a month to beat him. And we will run a third party against him using his brazen, ridiculous offer for the American people, but I'm more than willing to match it if he wins the Democratic nomination in the upcoming election. We just have to pull from various areas that are very costly, like the military. David, news really?
Okay, so go ahead and lift up the box.
Wow. These guys are baffled by a rotary phone.
You have 4 minutes to dial that phone number.
Wow. So they uncovered this rotary phone, and they had 4 minutes to actually solve the problem.
That's it? That's it. With that phone.
Wait, so you have to push it, right?
Kyle, move your butt.
They don't even know how to use the buttons. And they're not buttons, they're dials. Thanks, I'll add it to the show tonight. Thank you. Gracias, amigo. Yes, we know the attorney, the special prosecutor or Attorney General Bill Barr can do whatever he wants. Yeah, it doesn't matter. He's just diverting attention from the real fact that he's under contempt charges right now. Bill Barr could have a circle jerk with Jeff Sessions and Lindsey Graham and Mitch McConnell. Anybody else he wants to have a circle jerk with and televise it for all I care. It wouldn't matter. He's still in contempt until he produces the 448-page unredacted copy to Nadler. I mean, believe me, he can act like Bozo's Big Top for all I care. He can have indictments spinning off in all different directions. It's irrelevant. The guy's going to be a criminal if he doesn't produce that document. No. Go for it then. Enjoy time in prison. Because that's the next step for Nadler. He's going to be charging with a felony, and he'll be going to jail. And they have more power at the House than he has as an attorney general. He's overinflated his position. He's more like a general manager. He could easily be fired. by somebody who controls his budget. Well, we'll see. If it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. I believe it should happen, though. We're not going to live stream the apocalypse. I'll be running my show from deep underground in the secret chambers that designed to withstand the upcoming devastating nuclear explosions that will ensue. Right. But there's no guarantee you'll get the signal even if you are alive. I may be broadcasting into oblivion in the future. Oblivion and beyond. My primary mainframe is designed to function under any conditions whatsoever. I'm preparing my ocean pipeline so that I can create fresh water from the sea that is near me. I'm going to evaporate the water and create purified water. There's over 600 places in America that are poisonous now to drink the water, primarily because the Navy refuses to stop using a flame retardant on their jets. Oh, why? Really? A person with your kind of money got denied a $500 Ray-Ban purchase? That just seems so unlike you. Yes, ban plastic immediately. Wow. LA throws 26 million shade balls at the water shortage. It's mesmerizing. Oh, I remember seeing this. Yeah, this is one of the ways that LA keeps evaporation from happening. They create shade balls by pouring them on the last remaining water in the aqueduct. Look at that. They've got a little more water now, but that's one of the techniques they use to cover the water from evaporation. All right, welcome to the beautiful Pacific Northwest, everybody. And you don't give two craps one way or another, I hear you. Well, you guys go ahead and eat your GMO food. It won't affect you for 30 or 40 years. And if you are planning on being eliminated during the apocalypse, it doesn't matter if you've been eating GMO food. You can continue eating GMO food. You are so beautiful to me. Thank you, and thank you for coming in to Mr. Terrific. And I wish I could do more tonight. We've had a very slow night. Hardly any news because Donald Trump has put the stock market in the freezer. Everyone's really worried that Donald Trump is going to tweet some other ridiculous asinine statement about China tomorrow. Yeah. So the entire global community is sitting here going, what the hell? You know, how did this guy and his mouth get in a position of power? I'll tell you how. Russia cheated and rigged the election. And you Trump-tards just won't admit it. That's what happened. So tomorrow will be Truth Tuesday. We'll be addressing the false flaggery that's been happening, as well as the 9/11 Commission report being a complete bogus attempt to cover up a serious control of our government and our future. We'll be talking about how the Iraq War started, and the war in Afghanistan started as a result of the 9/11 attack. And now they've been using these wars to control the region and support and prop up our ally Israel. And now it's meant the life of 6,000 men, mostly men, some women, who died fighting for a position in an area that we ourselves do not have a vested interest in. We're not making money on the oil coming out of Iraq, people. Yes, Vika and her other identity. I believe it's a dude. I believe Vika is a transgender, not some woman. Kind of like Ann. Ann's a dude. Yeah. Just so you know. But I think what's happening is there's just like been a flood of all kinds of weird stuff at us lately, and I think most people are just shutting down. And for a good reason. It's just too much to process. Who cares? Now Instagram and Twitter are controlling anybody talking about anti-vaccines. So if you're an anti-vaxxer, you get shut down on Instagram and Twitter. Welcome to the land of the free and place where you can have free press and talk about anything except on Instagram and Twitter.
We want to bring in Mark Walsh, who's a freelancer for Fox.
Yeah, here's a crisis actor from 9/11. I'll bring that in tomorrow. That'll be good for tomorrow night. Everything he said was completely out of a book. Watch this.
You live just a few blocks away and witnessed.
Dude, I live on the 43rd floor of a building which is 5 blocks from the World Trade Center itself. I witnessed the entire thing from beginning to end.
People talk about how it looked like a movie. I know when I came walking down here early this morning and saw both towers on fire and people on every street corner, it was like a movie, but you watched the planes hit the towers.
I was watching with my roommate. It was approximately several minutes after the first plane had hit. I saw this plane come out of nowhere and just ream right into the side of the Twin Tower, exploding through the other side. And then I witnessed both towers collapse, one first and then the second, mostly due to structural failure because the fire was just too intense.
Obviously, there were a lot of people inside the building.
Who talks like that? Mostly due to structural fire because the fire was just too intense. Okay, and I've got the Noam Chomsky link tonight on what exactly is the threat of Iran. That's probably a good thing to listen to, considering we really don't have a threat from Iran. We have Donald Trump coming up with any number of diversions to keep us from the real fact that all his Russian oligarch connections are bubbling to the surface still. And he continues to try to put out the fires with his attorneys fighting to stop anyone from accessing his IRS records, Deutsche Bank records, Capital One records, anything that relates to the case. He's just trying to put away. Clear obstruction going on right now by the Trump administration and his cronies. William Barr is expressly him. So this is a classic case of nonstop obstruction and total collusion by Donald Trump, and we'll find out more as the world turns. In any event, I'll be back tomorrow with another show for Truth Tuesday. Yeah. In the meantime, I'm going to give you my closer, which is my conspiracy closer. It's something to worry about. We have a lot of things happening under our toe, which we are all wondering why? How did it all get to this point? How did we end up here? All right, see you again tomorrow. Get some sleep, eat properly, and try to remain somewhat positive, even though it's pretty difficult.
State-sponsored terrorism, the power of the deep state, false flags, COINTELPRO, MKUltra, government meddling in personal affairs, our privacy under attack. Fight back, America. Build this third party.
There is ample evidence that a concerted effort is going on to propagandize and control the political views of the American people. Their primary goal is to disarm the American people and to lead us toward an imminent fate that they see is the only way out, a new world order. Well, we say no. I support the nation-state model, and I support everything this organization is trying to do. I'm David Sponheim, and I support this message.